So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
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 ITS! The University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. It means that it's having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us. ITS.
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 ITS! The University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us, ITS.
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 ITS, the University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us, ITS.
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 University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia. Famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us, ITS.
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 University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. It means that it's having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us, ITS.
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 The University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia, famous for its culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya had been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
So, come and join us.
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 Come and join with us, ITS.
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 University of Heroes.
Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or better known as ITS Surabaya, was founded in the second largest city in Indonesia. Famous for its diverse culture and people, has been recorded as one of the pioneers of education in the field of technology. Prioritizing quality in research and innovation, ITS Surabaya has been crowned with various awards. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, and 39 departments. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program, and doctoral program. ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS.
ITS, within the next 5 years, it would be a research and innovative university. It means that ITS will be playing a big role in the region, especially in Asia. For the next long term, in 2045, ITS would be an entrepreneurial university. Means that it having a big role playing in the global world.
Come and join us.
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 Come and join with us, ITS.
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 The University of Heroes.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining our Zoom meeting this afternoon. Before we start our event today, please allow me to share the protocols of video conference. First, please kindly adjust your name or ID screen using the format your name _ department or public. For example, vice _ ITS. Second, during the video conference, we kindly ask all participants to turn on the mute mode or turn off the audio and only turn on the audio when MC or moderator give the suggestion. Third, we would like to recommend all participants to adjust the seat position comfortably and prevent the backlight effect. Fourth, please ensure your network connection has a stable internet connection for your convenience during the event. And the last, we recommend all participants to use a headset or earphone for a clear and better sound. In addition, we kindly ask all participants to fill the online attendance list through bit.ly absency IUP talk, or you can see the screen, you can see the link in the chat room. We are very happy to share that there will be 5 winners for the lucky questions picked in the end of this session. So, the activeness of all participants in the discussion is highly expected. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this event will be started soon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to welcome you to the grand launching of the International Undergraduate Program and Global CEO Talk, bringing the theme Pathways to Create Future Business Leader on this beautiful Wednesday, September 16, 2020. And may the blessings of Almighty God be with us. My name is Musonifun Faiz Sugiartanto, and I will be the MC today. Well, it seems really interesting for checking your spirit today. So before we starting this event, I will check your spirit through the jargon. So as you know, we have a jargon, Vivat, and you can answer my voice with Hidup ITS, Hidup ITS, Hidup ITS. For all international participants, Vivat means long life, and Hidup ITS means glory ITS, glory ITS, glory ITS. Okay, so let's check the spirit first. Vivat!
Hidup ITS, Hidup ITS, Hidup ITS.
Okay, again, Vivat!
Hidup ITS, Hidup ITS, Hidup ITS.
Okay, that's wonderful, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to greet our special keynote speaker and our partner universities. First, the Honorable Mr. Philipp Rueedi, Chief Financial Officer of EspriTech Switzerland. Hello, Mr. Rueedi. Okay. Well, also our partner universities. First, University of Queensland, Australia. Second, Rennes School of Business, France. Third, Vives University of Applied Science, Belgium. Fourth, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. Fifth, University of Applied Science in Nysa, Poland. And 6, the Coventry University from the United Kingdom. I also would like to welcome to our Director of ITS Global Engagement, Dr. Maria Anityasari. Hello, Dr. Maria.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maria. And our Dean of Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business, Dr. Imam Baihaqi. Good afternoon, Dr. Imam.
Good afternoon. Hello, Faiz. Hello, Johan. Johan, how are you? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Imam. And also our Head of Department, Dr. Syarifa Hanoum. Hello, Dr. Eva.
Hello, Faiz. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, and also to all students and parents of Department of Business Management, and also to all ladies and gentlemen. In this beautiful afternoon, to welcome our new student of Business Management Batch 2020, we are going to have the following agenda. First, video screening of our Department of Business Management, alumni profile, and graduate profile. Second, welcome speech by the head of Business Management Department. Third, greetings to partner universities by Director of ITS Global Engagement. Fourth, meet and greet with our partner universities. Well, in this session, I hope all students and parents can gain this opportunity to interact with our partner universities to get information about the opportunities for exchange program, for double degree, and for the others. So I hope you will be active in this session. 6, Global CEO Talk, New Normal, Global Perspective in Global Business by Mr. Philipp Rueedi, the CFO of EspriTech Switzerland. And last but not the least is closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before going to the main event, let us for a moment pray to the Almighty God, hoping that this event will run smoothly and, of course, beneficial for all of us. Praying begins. Thank you very much. Well, for the first agenda, we will have a video screening about the profile of Department Business Management, our alumni and graduate stories. To all of you, enjoy the video.
Business Management established in 2011 as one of bachelor programs at Institut Teknologi, Sepuluh Nopember, Surabaya. Our department became part of Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Business Management ITS is a unique management major who combines management science with ITS identity as an engineering campus. Students will gain technical skills and soft skills to prepare themselves as future business leaders. There are 4 major concentrations in business management of ITS: operation management and business analytics, marketing and entrepreneurship, human resource management, and also accounting and finance. To familiarize students with real business conditions, our department offers some project-based courses such as design thinking, new venture creation, sociopreneurship, business consulting project, internship, and many others. Business Management ITS offers International Undergraduate Program or IUP for both Indonesian and foreign students. Students will get lectures fully in English and greater opportunities to take part in international exposure activities. Our department also offers double degree programs. These particular programs are held in collaboration with the University of Queensland and Rennes School of Business. Students will study at ITS and partner universities to get 2 undergraduate degrees. We provide students the opportunities to take international mobility activities such as excursion studies, exchange programs, short course programs, international internships, and many others. Our department will warmly welcome foreign students to experience these international exposure opportunities. To support those activities, Business Management ITS have several international partners. There are 2 laboratories to promote researchers at Business Management ITS, which are Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory and Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Development Laboratory. Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory, or the BAS Laboratory, focuses on operation management, strategic management, finance, and accounting. There are 10 lecturers and researchers associated with the BAS Laboratory. The Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory have several assistants to support its day-to-day operations. Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Development Laboratory, or ESME Laboratory, focuses on marketing, entrepreneurship, and human resource management. There are 9 lecturers and researchers associated with the ESME Laboratory. Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Development Laboratory, also supported by several assistants to carry out its laboratory programs. Our department have more than 500 alumni. They work at different fields and industries such as national and multinational companies, government, or even became an entrepreneur.
Let's join Business Management ITS and be the future business leader.
Hi everyone, my name is Trioga Pramudita, or people usually call me Rio. I'm a business management class intake 2011, and currently I'm working in one of the biggest telco company in Indonesia, Telkomsel. I gain not only knowledge from class, but also I'm able to develop some of small medium enterprises that exist in Surabaya. Also, I had a chance to be an exchange student to Saxion University, Netherlands for about 3 months. Business Manajemen ITS influenced me not only to learn from class, but also help us to run and make a small-scale business. From that experience, it really helped me to increase my business acumen. Also, Business Manajemen ITS gave us allowance to develop our soft skills, not only from organizations in our campus, but also from external campus. I really value my studying process in Business Manajemen ITS because I finally had a chance to get a deeper knowledge about my passion, and I had an experience to practice the knowledge that I got. Business Manajemen ITS also offered me scholarship so that I can increase my international exposure by working and communicating with foreign students.
Hi, my name is Icha. I am Business Management Intake 2012 and currently I'm working in one of the multinational company, Nestle Indonesia. Being a student of business management is a privilege. Why? Because we are told not only how to run a business that already settled, but we are also told about the way to build a business from zero, from creating the idea itself and then develop the products, how to produce the product and how to market the product itself. It brings a comprehensive way of thinking that is very beneficial later on in my career. And also the various assignments that was given from the lecturer enable the students to work in team and also to discover what the talents that they can develop to be the competitive advantage when they are shaping their career later. In Business Management ITS, you are given the opportunity to develop yourself to be someone that you want to be in the future. And that opportunity will give you the confidence and it will inspire you to do more and pursue better.
Hi, my name is Alvin, part of Business Management ITS 2012. Currently, I'm working at Acara, one of the biggest group companies in Indonesia, specifically at digital channel team of Astra Life, the Astra's life insurance company. In Business Management ITS, I learned a lot about the business itself, from the technical side until the soft skill, we can name it. On the technical side, we can understand how the business works from the business plan side, from the marketing side, from the finance and the operation. So we can see the business works in a helicopter view or in a strategic view. It helped me a lot to understand how my company works. And then for many projects assigned when I was in Business Management ITS, develop my interpersonal skills. So I can work with my teams, I can understand how we can assign a project, how we can communicate to others. What I've got is in Business Management ITS really helps my career a lot. It helps me to think about how we connect the business problems with the strategic tools, or even the framework that we can use to analyze it. The basic knowledge I've got also shaped the way I think about problems, the way I think about the business in a strategic view.
I'm from Business Management batch 2014, and I take marketing as my specialization. My undergraduate thesis title is The Effect of Different Argument Quality and Religious Symbol on Customer Attitude and Purchase Intention on E-commerce, an experimental study of halal food products on Muslim customers in Indonesia. Using an experimental method and elaboration likelihood model theory, I prepared 4 different scenarios to test how Muslim customers respond to different treatment of argument quality and symbol religious. I found out later that Muslim customers' attitude would be better if it is providing detailed information like ingredients and certificate number as well as halal logo to show how halal the product is on product description column on e-commerce website. I could apply all the lessons that was taught throughout my 4 years of studying in business management by applying on a daily practices in company. Other than that, I was given an opportunity to do a student exchange in Poland from Erasmus Plus Student Mobility Grantee, and also I'm going for an internship in Japan by Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Government of Japan on September.
Well, okay, how's everything, guys? So yeah, thank you very much. That was a few profile from the business management department, stories from our alumni, and stories from our graduates. Well, of course, I hope you get a glimpse of the atmosphere from the business management department. Especially for all of you, the new students, I hope in the following semester, this event will burn your spirit, strengthen your motivation to go to abroad and taste the unforgettable international experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is the welcoming speech by the head of department. I would like to invite Dr. Syarifa Hanoum to deliver the welcoming speech. Dr. Eva, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Faiz, our Master of Ceremony today. Very good afternoon to you all, our honorable guests, students, parents, ladies and gentlemen. After about a year of preparation, I'm happy that we come to the day of the grand launching of our international undergraduate program. That wouldn't happen without a great work of all lecturers of the Department of Business Management, and thanks to the tremendous support from our Dean of Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business, Dr. Imam Baihaqi, and also the Director of Global Engagement of ITS, Dr. Maria Anitya-Sari. Thank you very much. Also, very kind cooperation with our partner universities of Vives University Applied Science. Hello, Johan. Thank you very much. And University of Queensland, Australia, Rennes School of Business, France, and many others. Before introducing the international undergraduate programs, I would like to step back a little bit to introduce you about the Department of Business Management. As today, I would also like to welcome all students of Business Management class of 2020. We all lecturers of the Department of Business Management will be very happy to have you with us in the campus of future business leaders. So here are a little bit about our department. Do you see my screen already? Okay, good. Yeah, so this department was established in 2011, the only department at ITS that offer business-related courses. And we have goals to develop you students to become new entrepreneurs or professionals in multinational companies with entrepreneurial spirits. Okay, so we have 4 concentration, as you can see in our previous profile as well. And this is how we structure the comprehensive curriculum of our business management undergraduate program. So as you can see here, the thing that will make you different from other students in other business management in other university is by studying business management department at ITS, you will have strong skill in data science and business analytics that you will need for dealing with nowadays business problems. And I don't want to bore you with the details about our curriculum because you will get there sooner or later, but I would just highlight the capstone courses. Means that we have special courses that students will spend 80% of their time not sitting in the classroom, but working on a hands-on cases or even real project of their own, starting from design thinking. So this is a modern approach that can make you come to the creative and innovative solution of business problem. And the new venture creation, it's you will be taught how to create business ideas. And then in the later stage, you will come to the social entrepreneurship course. In this course, you will be taught that business is not only about financial things, but also giving social benefit to society. And to complete your skills, you will have business consulting project that you will be trained to be a consultant, a real consultant in business and management. And before you come to the end of your study, you will have the internship in big companies or also new startup. It depends on what you want to become. Okay, so we have a network in company that so-called state-owned enterprise, or we call it BUMN in Bahasa Indonesia, that provide a lot of opportunity for students to do the internship, and you will get paid for that. Okay, about our international collaborations, yeah. Although this is only the first batch of international undergraduate program, actually international collaboration, we have done that long before, even in the first year since it was established. So you can see we have a long list of international partners. And yeah, we only invite a few of them that have been working very closely with us because we don't have much time for today. Yeah, we invite many international visiting professors every year to come with us so that students can gain experience to be taught by international professors. We also have exchange program. We got quite number of international students coming to our department. Also, we send our business management students abroad to study in different partner universities. Besides doing the exchange program that involve course taking, we also have international internship. It means that we are not involving only university, but companies as the workplace to do the internship in. So we have students from Zurich University of Applied Science in the past, also another student from Vives University of Applied Science. We also send our students to Japan to do international internship in the company there. So who knows, this year or next year, it's gonna be your turn. Okay, now we come to the International Undergraduate Program. So this is actually, this program represents a program that will be undertaking the regular curriculum of bachelor program in business management with English as language of instruction. And this is the special thing for the IUP students. We provide you a well-structured English development program with a native English-speaking teacher. So we are working with Mr. Paul Donaldson from the British Education Center. He promised me to join with us in meet and greet later in the later session so that you can ask questions to him probably about what kind of program that he will provide for you. Also, for the IUP student, you will have a lot of opportunity for study abroad, including double degree with the University of Queensland and Rennes University School of Business France. So this is the scheme. The double degree with the University of Queensland. I believe the detail will be delivered by our partner later on. And this one, the double degree scheme with Rennes School of Business France. Yeah, thank you for listening to our presentation about the department. Keep your questions later in the meet and greet with our partner because you will be able to be interacting with them directly in that session. Back to you, Faiz. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Syarifa Hanoum. Well, I hope all of you, the new students, also the students of business management, you will get an insights about the opportunity for doing an international program as well as getting experience for studying abroad. Next agenda is greetings to partner universities from Director of ITS Global Engagement, Dr. Maria Anityasari. I would like to invite Dr. Maria to deliver the remark. Dr. Maria, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. Hello everyone, how are you today? It's very, very nice to meet all of you today. So I would like to say good afternoon to all respected partners, parents, students, and all audiences. I'm so delighted to be here today to welcome you all. We understand that the world we are currently living has been dramatically changing. Almost in every line of life, we no longer can stand on our own. So connectivity, collaboration, synergy are now becoming our daily terms. Particularly in the business management, as mentioned by Dr. Eva in the previous speech, there is no business that can survive if it stays alone. So exposing our future business leaders to be connected and collaborated with other partner is a must. Okay, therefore, inviting all international partners to the grand opening of the IUP at the Department of Business Management today is a very significant evidence showing the commitment of Business Management Department to provide global connectivity to all students since the very beginning. To the IUP student 2020, I have to say that you have made the best decision ever in your life, because joining the Business Management Department here at ITS will give you a very big opportunity to open the future doors. I believe all of you will have opportunities to connect, to collaborate, to work together with students and professors from the university partners in many forms, as mentioned in the video, as become the testimony of our alumni. You have opportunity to do exchange, internship, short program, project-based learning, joining classes with international professor. So again, for the IUP student 2020, I have to say that you have made a very, very big decision in your life. And also for all parents, I congratulate you for the acceptance of your children in the Department of Business Management, as I believe it will give you a key path for the future. Okay, so on behalf of ITS, today I would like to thank you and appreciate to all partners of Business Management Department. I have to say my gratefulness and thank you to University of Queensland, Australia, and also Range School of Business from France, Vives University of Applied Science, Belgium. We have Dr. Johan and also Dr. Lieve and other colleagues from Vives. Very nice to have you today. And we also would like to say thank you and appreciation for the National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan, University of Applied Science in Nysa, Poland, and also to the Coventry University, UK. I really appreciate your willingness to work hand in hand with us at ITS, especially with Business Management Department. We are really keen to work closer with you in the near future, and I believe what a bright future we are heading. So once again, to all respected partners, thank you so much and have a wonderful day. We are looking forward to discussing, experiencing, and also working closer with you and all professors in your university and with all our students. Everyone, all the best. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Maria. That's really valuable insights for us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so let's move to the next agenda. The launching of International Undergraduate Program of Business Management. We will invite Dr. Imam Baihaqi as the Dean of the Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business to officially launch our new program. For Dr. Imam Baihaqi, the time is yours.
Well, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Special thanks to Mr. Philipp Rueedi, our keynote speaker today, and also special thanks for joining us today to Laura from Queensland University. Hello, Laura, how are you? And also special thanks to Mr. Johan Kotin from Kortrijk, Belgium. Hello, Johan, how are you? Okay, and to all partners of international undergraduate programs of business management at ITS today. Students, congratulations to all of you. This is the big milestone for you after graduating from the high school. The university life is a big milestone for your life that's going to change the way you think. It's going to change the way you see the world. And the International University Undergraduate Program will provide a lot of things, a lot of facilities that you can explore to improve your skills, to improve your knowledge, to be ready for the future leaders. To all parents who are joining us with us today, congratulations for the admission of your children to this program. Okay, because I'm asked to officially open the first batch of the international undergraduate programs of business management. So, in the name of God, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially launch the international undergraduate programs business management. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much. So the gong has been hit. This is the symbol of the opening of the international undergraduate programs of business management. Congratulations to Dr. Eva as the head of departments, and congratulations to all students who are joining with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Imam for the opening. So now, finally, we will hear the live session from our partner universities to deliver a welcome note to our students. A brief promotion about student life in their university. The following sessions, of course, will have a Q&A session. So, to all students and parents, take this opportunity to ask the questions. Don't hesitate. And yeah, so I would like to invite Dr. Syarifa Hanoum as the moderator of this session. And Dr. Eva, time is yours.
Thank you again, Faiz. Hello, everyone. I come back. So, in this session, I really appreciate your active participation in our discussion, because we are going to listen to the profile of our international partners, so you can start counting which one you want to go, okay, for your international exposure. So the first chance we have Miss Laura Hassett from University of Queensland, Australia. Yeah, for students or parents, you can ask question in Bahasa, and I would love to translate to our partners for you. Okay, that's not gonna be a problem. So I will say hello to Laura. Hello,
Hi.
Laura.
Hello, Eva. How are you?
How are you? It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Yeah. Do you have something for us?
I do. So I'm just going to share my slide. Great.
Okay, time is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's so nice to see so many people on the screen. I love that technology allows us to do this. And obviously, I'm in Brisbane, and it's my pleasure to give you a little bit of an overview about the University of Queensland and about the double degree that you've already mentioned a few times, which is wonderful. But to give you an overview, my name is Laura Hassett. I am the International Services Manager for the Faculty of Business, Economics and Law at the University of Queensland. On the screen, you can also see my beautiful colleague Fitria, who is actually part of the panel members today. So she is in the Zoom room, so you can also ask questions in Bahasa to Fitria. Her Bahasa is much better than mine, where English is the only language that I really speak. But Fitria is actually based in Jakarta. So for those of you that are keen to learn maybe a little bit more about the University of Queensland, would like to connect with someone who speaks Bahasa, And then Fitria will be your go-to woman, and I'm based in Brisbane and would be your contact that you would have at the University of Queensland. So you would be welcome to contact us at any time as well. So you've already seen a little bit about how the program works. You spend your first part of the program at ITS. We would then love to welcome you over to the beautiful city of Brisbane in Australia to do a year and a half of your program with us. So that is a full 3 semesters. And then you would go back home to complete any of your final degree requirements. And being a double degree, you'll be awarded both of your business degrees, one from the University of Queensland and your degree from ITS as well. So that's pretty exciting. In about 3.5 years that you will actually be able to have that arrangement. Now, at the moment, the program is with our business management degree, and you'll actually be able to graduate with a major in something that we offer at the University of Queensland in business. So you would just keep that in mind when you're thinking about your opportunities. Now, the wonderful thing about having an international undergrad program is that you can already speak English, which is wonderful. And the University of Queensland, because we do everything in English as well, will require you to have a certain IELTS or a TOEFL, or if any of you have been lucky enough to study at an international baccalaureate school, we do also accept English proficiency from there as well. So you do need to aim for an IELTS of 6.5 and no subband less than 6. And you need to meet that before you would pack your bag and travel over to Brisbane. So that would be part of the entry requirement that you have to strive for. But I would assume that some of you are already at that particular level. Now, we do also look at your grade point average, so that is part of the entry requirement as well. So based on 2 semesters, 3 semesters, we would look at for entry into the program. And then, of course, any of the credit transfer comes into play with your 3 semesters of study. There is also a mathematics subject that you do have to complete within your first part of the program. And obviously, we would love you to pass all of your subjects. So please keep all that in mind when you're thinking about if you do want to do a we look at. Now, I'm hoping that some of you have heard of the University of Queensland, but for those of you maybe that aren't too familiar with Australia or with the universities in Australia, the University of Queensland is consistently ranked in the top 100 or the top 50 universities worldwide. This is a big reason why a lot of students choose to study at UQ, as we're otherwise known, also because Brisbane is a very beautiful and very livable city. For those of you that are keen to study at a university that is highly ranked and highly regarded, then I highly recommend the University of Queensland for you if you are serious about a double degree. Now, we do all of our programs, so the year and a half is based in Brisbane, and you can see the little map on your screen there for those of you that aren't too familiar with Australia. Brisbane is the 3rd largest city, so after Sydney and Melbourne, Brisbane then comes in as the 3rd largest with a population of about 2.4 million people. Now, we are what you call a subtropical climate as well. It's a beautiful 25 degrees today. We've just started spring, but the wonderful thing about Brisbane is that we do have quite mild winters, which is great. Just get a little bit warm at summer towards the end of the year, but I find that is very similar to some of the weather conditions in Indonesia, so you should feel a little bit at home. On your screen there as well, you can actually see the beautiful Brisbane River that travels all throughout the city and over to our campus. And that main boat that you can actually see is what we call a city cat. And Brisbane is pretty special in that it is part of our public transport. So one of the top things you can do as a tourist destination when the borders reopen, you can come over to Brisbane and ride one of those city cats. But it is also a way that you can get to the university if you are living in the CBD area. So we are known for our very relaxed lifestyle, and about 1/3 of all of the inhabitants in Brisbane were actually born overseas, so that's pretty special. And we are a very cosmopolitan city, I would say. So everything that you can find in major cities, you also find in Brisbane as well. Now, UQ actually has 3 different campuses, but if you decided to join us for the double degree, you would be based here at our beautiful St. Lucia campus. So you can see in the background, you've got the CBD area, and then what you see pretty much in front of you is the St. Lucia campus. And we're only 7 kilometres away from Brisbane City. So a lot of our students either live in the city area or in some of the surrounding suburbs. There is actually accommodation on the campus. So if you liked the thought of being in walking distance, which I know some of you will, then you can certainly apply to live in some of the residential and student housing that is actually around the campus, and you can see the Brisbane River there. And because of our great lifestyle and weather, we do like to do a few things outdoors. That's why you'll actually see the track and field, there's tennis courts, gymnasium. There are things like a cinema on campus, there are different eateries. It's like a little mini city, all contained within that pretty big lifestyle surroundings. So the campus is fully wireless, as you would expect. I'm a little bit biased. Not only am I a staff member, but I did actually study at the University of Queensland, so I am an alumni, and it is one of the most beautiful campuses, I think, in Australia and maybe even in the world as well. So you'll have a very vibrant mix of things to do, and you can see there's actually a man-made lake on the campus, beautiful purple jacarandas that come out usually about this time of year when the exams are happening. And because we are one of the oldest universities in Australia, we are made up of these sandstone buildings that you can see on the screen in front of you as well. Now, we are a very diverse student community. We have just over 55,000 students that are studying at the University of Queensland, and about 20,000 of those are international. So you will be in very good company if you decided to join us in Brisbane. And as you can see, almost 64% of our student body are actually undergraduate students like yourself. And a lot of them have come from a diverse range of countries, almost 135 countries around the world. We've won more national teaching awards than any other Australian university, and we feature very heavily not only in the university rankings, but also for the subject and discipline rankings that we have as well, and I'll cover off on that on a different slide. But you'll be in very good company. The Faculty of Business, Economics and Law is actually one of the largest, and there are 6 faculties at UQ. So we have a lot of programs, I think over 500 and 5,000 different courses or subjects that are being taught. So you have a lot of choice when it comes to a few things on the campus, and you can see obviously some very happy people. This was a shot taken on campus last year, so you can be assured that people are having a great time. And then just a couple of our statistics on the screen there for you in terms of our rankings based on the QS World Uni ranking. So students do choose business because we are ranked in the top 50 in the in the world. And obviously we have disciplines in economics and law, so students studying those areas as well. And we are comprehensive in what we do with marketing, human resource management, international business, innovation, accounting, finance, and all those other wonderful things that you would expect to find in a business degree. Now, something I think is wonderful about Brisbane is we are a very affordable city. So when you think about Australia, it's not the cheapest destination in the world, but compared to our larger cities of Sydney and Melbourne, Brisbane is very affordable. And it's also actually one of the fastest growing cities in Australia. So this will give you a little bit of an idea about what you need to budget for if you decide that you do want to come and study in Australia. So you need to think about budgeting for your food, your utilities, public transport, unless you're in your walking distance. We do have student discounts and concessions that you can take advantage of. Australia is great because we do have such a large student population. They are very well catered for. And for those of you that want to maybe do a little bit more research and have a look at things online, there are some great URLs that I've included so that you can do a little bit of a Google search and check out how much the cost of living is going to be. And there's also a great insider's guide produced in one of the other cities in Australia, but it does actually have a lot of great information about cost of living. So I would recommend that when you're doing your planning and when you're budgeting and looking at whether you want to do a double degree and you do want to come over to Brisbane, that you take all of this into consideration. Now, I know that some of you are going to have questions about scholarship opportunities, and you might even want to start thinking about how much you need to budget towards your tuition fees. And because you're still a little way off, perhaps coming over to UQ, if that's what you decide you want to do, I have put some current web links on the screen for you. So I would highly recommend that you check out information that we have for our scholarships, and we are updating information for 2021, and each year we will update the information. So for 2022, there'll be information there next year. And if you do want to have a look at how much it costs for your tuition, unfortunately, we're not a free university, so you will have to budget for any of those sort of costs, then please go along to our website and check out a few things that might be of interest. I've also included some further ways that you can follow us if you're so inclined and you're on Instagram, or you like to check out Twitter or whatever else, Facebook. Not too many people on Facebook these days, but if you do want to actually check out a few things, you can. And I'll leave that slide there while I hand over to Fitria, I believe is in the room as well, and that she would like to say a few little things and introduce herself. So Fitria, are you there? Maybe not. Maybe she's hopefully not gone to sleep. Hopefully I didn't put anyone to sleep with that. It really is a very beautiful city. So hopefully a few of you will think about that. Oh, great. Fitria is there. Fitria, do you want to say anything? Oh, maybe technical difficulties? Okay. I think, yeah, Fitria can't speak because I don't think her microphone is allowing her to. So that might be an issue that the tech gurus can.
Yeah, we have set Fitria as a co-host, so I believe she can unmute her microphone by now.
Okay.
Yes, Ibu Eva, thank you very much.
Hello, Mbak Fitria.
Nice to meet you, Ibu Eva. Nice to meet you, Pak Imam. Apa kabar? Hi, students and parents. As Laura already said, my name is Fitria, and I'm UQ in Indonesia. If any that you would like to ask or discuss, I'm just a WhatsApp away. So, yes, congratulations for the launching of the international programs.
Thank you, Mbak Fitria. Laura, do you have something to add?
I think that covers everything, Eva. But yeah, hopefully there's a few people that might like to join us in Brisbane in the future. But congratulations, everybody. So such a good turnout to see everyone online and spending your Wednesday afternoon with everyone. So congratulations and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't been to Australia myself, and looking at those beautiful snapshots of Brisbane really make me want to jump to the plane right now. But of course, it's possible. So I hope in near future, next year maybe. Yeah,
absolutely. Let's hope once the travel bans and the coronavirus has sorted itself out. Yeah.
Yeah. How's the situation there? I heard there are like couple of times lockdown because of the second or third waves. Is it going better?
For us, Eva, Australia decided to take a bit more of a stance on trying to eradicate coronavirus. So where we're located in Brisbane and in Queensland, generally as a state, we're doing really well. So for us there, we've got it pretty much under control. There are a couple of active cases, but the government and our medical professionals have it well in hand. It's a little bit different down in Melbourne. Unfortunately, they did have a lot more cases, so they went back into a second lockdown. And the poor Victorians are not coping as well, considering that the rest of Australia is actually out and about. We do still have some of our internal borders closed. So Australia in general is not really allowing many flights in, and we're not really going out. And Queensland did shut its internal borders to New South Wales, so Sydney and Victoria. So they're not allowed to come up here at the moment. We're just waiting to see if they get get things under control before we start opening the internal borders a little bit more. But otherwise, things are pretty normal around Brisbane. So yeah, all of our restrictions are pretty much eased.
Okay, what about the study life? You're still going online for coming semester? Yeah.
Yeah, great question. So we transitioned to online earlier in the year when everything was unfolding. So we had students that were on campus, obviously, but we transitioned everything to online in semester 1. Semester 2 started for us in August. So we usually start our mid-year intake in July, but we started it in August. And we are running online and on campus. So for those students, obviously our domestic cohort and some of our international students that were already in Brisbane, they can do their tutorials on campus if they would like to. Otherwise, everything is available online. And we have confirmed that for semester 1 next year, everything will continue to be run online. So we'll actually have the dual modes of teaching. And I assume they'll make a decision at some point early next year about what they will do for the second half of the year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. And student, you can save your questions. Yeah, because now we like to move to Rennes School of Business, France. I saw Dr. Jordan Pedron already on board. Hello, Jordan. Are you in already? Hello.
Good morning. Good
Hello.
afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me?
Hello, Jordan. Good morning.
Yeah. Good afternoon for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So,
It's very good to put the name with the face because
yeah,
this is our
sure,
first
yeah.
time to see each other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, you plan to visit us coming November. I don't know if you still can make it.
Yeah, I think not. We
No,
cannot.
okay.
Yeah, we cannot make it. So, but I plan to visit you in next semester.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's hear about your university first and our double degree program. Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Can I share my screen with you and the presentation? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you see my presentation?
It's coming.
Okay.
Okay, now we see it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm delighted to be here today. So I warmly thank ITS for their kind invitation. Especially you, Dr. Syarifa Hanoum, for the Department of Business Management. So I'm Jordan Pedron, Director of Executive Education at Rennes School of Business, and in charge of the international development for South Asia area. So I think that we have 10 or 15 minutes. So I will present you briefly our institution. I have a lot of slides, but I try to speed up to give you a first overview of the school and our agreement and dual degree. So the next slide is coming. Okay, so why choosing France to study? So because we are a world economic power with a famous for technological achievement, fashion, art, cookery, and wine. As you may know, French is the third most common business language, and France is the world's fourth leading host country for higher education after US, UK, and Australia. So we are highly reputed for the elitist Grande École system of education in business in France.
Jordan,
yeah, sure.
Can you put your microphone a little bit closer so that we can hear you better?
Okay. Do you hear me? Yeah, it's much better? Okay.
Much better. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are located in Brittany. So Brittany is located in the western part of France. So we are one of the most beautiful regions in France with beautiful landscape. We are close to the sea. Very dynamic economic environment, especially in IT business. So the capital of the region is Rennes. So Rennes is the largest university town in the western France. It's a student city oriented. So when you see if you see the point on the western part, we are close to Paris. It's 1 hour and a half by high-speed train. We are close to London. It's 1 hour by air. And Rennes is considered by the national press at the beginning being one of the most pleasant place to live among the France largest cities. So the advantage of that, so we are close to Paris, close to the sea, and the cost of living is less expensive than in Paris, because we can live with 700 euro per month compared to Paris. Paris is 1,200 euro per month for accommodation, food, and transport. So some key figures about the school. So we have 4,500 students. Half of them are non-French and come from 70 countries. Well, 200 staff and 200 faculty members. And among our permanent faculty, most of them are holding a Ph.D. And we are 40 nationalities among the faculty, permanent faculty. We have 300 main partners university, and more or less 20,000 alumni members. So in terms of reputation, so Rennes School of Business holds a triple crown accreditation from the external evaluating bodies, so IACSB, AMBA, and EQUIS. So this accreditation are held by less than 1% of the business school in the world. So we are ranked in the 51 out of the best management school in the world in the Financial Times. Our master in finance is very reputed and ranked among the 60 best master in finance, and also our MBA is ranked in the top 100 program in the Financial Times. So we have a large portfolio of program. Large range of programs from bachelor to PhD program. So all these programs are taught in the same campus and in English. So it means that in the same campus, you can enlarge your network with people involved in another programs. So our value proposition is the internationalization of the school. So one of the most important aspects of our differentiated positioning and value is this internationalization of our faculty, staff, student body, and programs. So all the courses are taught in English, so no French language is required to come in Rennes in undergrad program and postgrad program. So just to give you some tips about why should I study abroad. I think that the main thing is the opportunity to develop your soft skills in a multicultural context, because you spend a lot of time in the campus with students who comes from everywhere in the world, and you have to be agile and work in the team group with other cultural habits. So it's very interesting in terms of soft skill development. Second point, for the employment, so for the placement, better companies, faster for career progression. And the third point, I think it's to be distinctive, because as you may know, we are 280 million of students in the world, in the high school in the world, and only 5 million are in mobility, so study in other countries. So you are distinctive when you go abroad to study. So some information about our bachelor program. So it's a 3-year bachelor recognized by the French government, ranked among the top 10 bachelor in France by the French professional press. So you can follow it after your high school diploma, or only the final years after 2 years in university. So first semester, so the program structure, so you have courses in management, you have courses on language, and you have internship and professional skills. So the annual calendar, so first semester starts in September and end in December. After that, you have the midterms exam, and you come back at school at the end of January until to April. April is the final exam, which takes place in end of April, beginning of May. And so after that, you have to do an internship. It's 8 weeks minimum of internship, but you can do your internship everywhere in the world. In terms of placement, we have a career service center at school. So if you are looking for internship in Europe, we can help you to find the company. We organize a career booster job days at school to see the company, to exchange with the professional at school. We organize a corporate day with the. We have 6 corporate days in during the year, academic year, and it's a good occasion, good opportunity to discuss with professionals in a lot of domains, and you can discuss about their job and companies. So this is some figures about the placement. 82% of our students are at the SB are placed before finishing their study. So ITS and School of Business Partnership. What do we offer for students from ITS? So 2 options. Option A, 1 semester exchange in Rennes School of Business. Option B, a dual bachelor degree in Rennes School of Business. So I don't have the time to give you more details, but I can answer your question about that. But in this option 1, you can come at school after 2 years of bachelor studies in ITS, and you join Rennes School of Business for 1 semester in the campus. And the other option is the dual degree bachelor. So after 2 years of bachelor degree in ITS, you can join Rennes School of Business to do your last year at school at Rennes, and you will got the double diploma, the Bachelor of ITS and the Bachelor of Rennes School of Business. So you have, I think that it's not the moment to detail the admission procedure, but you have to apply before April 2021. You have an interview by Skype, not Skype, but Teams now. And you have an admission committee, and after that, we follow your integration and your admission at school. So in terms of infrastructures, here is some picture of the campus. So we are close to the city center. So We have 5 minutes from the downtown by metro. And the campus, it's a large campus with a lot of place to work and place to rest. You have a lot of services in the campus. The goal is to encourage the networking and the contact with the students in the campus. So, yeah, it's some practical information to finish my presentation. So, studying Rennes, we have a very student-oriented city, so a lot of accommodation for students in residence. We have a residence on the campus, and it's the main advantage is the living expenses in Rennes. You are close to Paris, but it's more cheaper than Paris. It's cheaper than Paris, and we have a very good social system and health covering free for international students. So this is the welcome service. So here is the description of the welcome service. So all the students are involved in the welcoming of international students at school through this association. So this welcome team pick you up at the train station or airport, settle into your home, help you to integrate into the life at Rennes School of Business, and organize cultural activities, international day, and get you connected with your classmates. So thank you for your attention. I hope that I am in the timing. So feel free to ask me about the school and the program.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan, for the interesting program. So students, Rennes School of Business offer 2 kind of programs, 1 semester exchange or 2 semester, and then you can get the 2nd degree. So which one you're gonna choose? Probably it's hard choice, but studying and getting experience living in France would be very precious, because I studied in Europe myself, so I visited France a couple of times in many cities, and I have to admit it's beautiful countries. Yeah, with very like beautiful architectural buildings and beautiful rivers. And Jordan said the range is more in a coastal area. Yeah, I was in a coastal area, but in Nice, I don't know if it's close.
Okay, yeah, south of France. Yeah,
yeah,
very nice city too. Yeah, in the south.
Yeah, so one country, but they have like different nature in different cities, which is awesome. Yeah, okay, I saw some question already in the chat room, but you guys still need to save for later on in a Q&A. Thank you again, Jordan. I hope you can sit still a little bit for the Q&A, because I like to move to the 3rd session with FIFAS University of Applied Science. So I saw we have full team here, Dr. Johan Kotin, Dr. Lieve, and Anne. I saw 3 of them are here. So hello, everyone, Johan, Lieve, Anne, how are you? Good morning.
Fine. Hello. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So we can wait to hear about the program in FIFAS University of Applied Science. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to say a great good afternoon to all of you, to the parents, to the students, to the colleagues, to the friends. That's the most important things, because after several years of collaboration, we have the impression that we became friends. And this is so important whenever we would like to proceed in the collaboration that we have at the moment. So I am Johan. I'm the international coordinator for the business department. And at the same time, I'm teaching philosophy and business ethics, which is a very important issue as well in business, isn't it? So my colleague Anne, she is the head of the program in our University of Applied Science, which is called Business Management and Entrepreneurship. And my other colleague, Lieve, who is collaborating in a lot of international projects. She has been in ITS, like I was there already twice. So it's great that we can be here together. Now, to present Vives University of Applied Science, I sent a link to a video. I don't know if you can share it right now.
Yes, we can manage it for you.
Thank you.
Hold on a second, please. Yeah. Sorry, there is little technical stuff. While waiting, maybe Liv or Anne will want to say hello, since you are all here.
Good morning. My name is Anne van den Broeke and I'm the coordinator of the program of Business Management and Entrepreneurship. We have this program in Dutch as well as in English in Vives. And in our English program, we have in fact Flemish students, so Belgian students as well as foreign students, which really is an enrichment for our students to have a broader view on life, a broader view on what happens in the world as well. So we welcome students from abroad to join us through an Erasmus program or to join us for a full program that is possible as well.
Thank you, and thank you for joining. And I saw Lieve as well. Is Lieve here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning, Surabaya. I'm pleased. Yes, I've been teaching in Surabaya in September 2017. It was a very nice experience to me. And I'm happy to see that we can continue our collaboration and that we can invite some students from ITS Business Management in Kortrijk in the next years.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was not home by the time you visited ITS. I was still in Switzerland, so I hope.
But I will come again. I will come again when you're there.
Can't wait. Okay, thank you again. Now it's time for everyone to see what Vives University of Applied Science has in the video profile. Coming right up.
In Flanders, over 240,000 youngsters continue their studies after their secondary education. Nearly 15,000 of them choose to study at Vives. Vives is one of the biggest universities of applied sciences located in West Flanders, a province in the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium and in the center of Europe. Our institution offers bachelor and associate degrees and is part of the KU Leuven Association. Vives has 6 departments and offers a wide range of different study programs. Vives is spread over 7 campuses in 5 historical cities: Bruges, Kortrijk, Ostend, Roeselare and Torhout. Students enjoy the modern equipped infrastructure in the campuses of Bruges. For example, the CARE lab and one of our simulation labs. This campus hosts also the largest board game archive, with no less than 20,000 titles. The campus of Torhout is focusing on teacher training and is known for its modern sports facilities. The campus in Kortrijk is the biggest, including, for instance, the Vives Innovation and Research Center, a makerspace, and specialized workspaces. In Campus Roeselare, we offer study programs in biotechnology and healthcare. One of the successes of our biotechnology department is the realization of a food lab. Finally, we have our campuses in Ostend, with specific programs in construction and aviation technology. Every day, we try to shape the education of tomorrow by implementing our take on education based on drive, connection, and innovation. Yearly, we welcome more than 300 international exchange students. Vives helps them in finding suitable accommodation. We are fully committed to internationalization and encourage our students and staff to develop their international competencies at home and abroad.
In the future, I want to start my own company. I want to run my own company. With Vives, I can do that.
I want to be an engineer, and so Vives bring me a lot in both business and technical parts.
It was the best option that my university offered. First of all, because the teaching here is in English, and I heard that it's really practical. And also the teaching was amazing over here.
I got a lot of new experience here in Belgium and in the Vives.
Here you can find a lot of good students, a lot of good teachers, and you can learn a lot of new things that really help you in your life.
Everyone you meet here is lovely, and it's a lot different than the system and probably your education in your own country. So
you work with different people from different nationalities. Gives you the chance to very see different cultures when doing group works.
Welcome to Vives. Design your future together with us.
Ada berapa videonya? Yeah, very interesting. Johan, do you have anything to add?
Yes, actually, I would like to share a very small presentation, which is just to give more additional information to what has been said in the video. Actually, just to mention that when you are coming to Belgium, which is a very small country with about 11 million inhabitants, that we are a kingdom. So welcome in the Kingdom of Belgium. And welcome in the province of Western Flanders, near to the coast, where you can see the lovely seaside of Ostende. But we are also nearby France, and that's why I've been putting there a picture of Lille, which is one of the largest cities in France, neighboring to Kortrijk. Now, when we talk about Vives, actually that's a family name of Juan Luis Vives, born in Spain, but who was a contemporary person of Erasmus. And then he came to live in Bruges, where we have one of the campuses. He was a specialist in education. And actually one of the most important things is that he thought that education should be open not only for boys, but also for girls. So he was actually promoting women already in the Middle Ages. Now, Vives is a part of the Association Catholic University of Leuven, which is one of the oldest universities of Europe, actually, created in 1425. That's why for students who do their undergrad programs, they can come to Vives, but to continue their master studies, they have to go to the university like the one of Leuven. Now, the two main places where we have business students is Kortrijk and Brugge Bruges. In Kortrijk, international students can attend the Vives Business Academy. That's in fact a program with a lot of international students and specifically courses on business management in all sections actually. Everything is open for international students. But at the same time, we have the 3-year undergrad program, Business Management and Entrepreneurship, mentioned by my colleague Anne already. So if you have more questions about that, we can, of course, give more information. Just some pictures of Kortrijk, which is a very small city of 75,000 inhabitants. And here you can see the main administration building in the campus of Kortrijk, with lovely places inside, outside. You can see a lot of bikes. I will mention that something later on also about biking. So this is the restaurant, one of the restaurants. Of course, there are different places where students can take a meal. We have a house of well-being, an innovation center. And this is actually also the department where we have the business the campus where we have the business department in Kortrijk. Now, something about residences in Kortrijk and Brugge. Students can take a residence on the private market, or they can actually also use the residence we've built. So a monthly rent for a single room, it's about 380 euros. If you take a double room, then it would be 280 euros a month for one person. If you're looking at living costs, then you have to calculate more or less 250 to 300 euros a month in Kortrijk and in Brugge. So in the other lovely and well-known city of Brugge, Bruges, we have also a Vives Business Academy, which means that we have a long list of English taught subjects for international students, but we have also a bachelor in English, which is hotel management, a 3-year program on hospitality, tourism, and hotel management. Here you can see some pictures. This is the campus we have, brand new, like on different places. So state-of-the-art buildings and very nice places to work, to live, to meet, to share life. Now, what is maybe interesting as well is that we have for all students free bus tickets, so they can use the bus and the public transport in the cities where they are hosted. Now, a lot of students, they rent a bike because Flanders, Belgium, it's a very nice and flat country where you can easily bike. So students are taking the benefit of that. They can rent a bike for 6 euros per month, including insurance and maintenance. Now, what can be interesting as well is that, of course, Belgium, it's mainly Catholic, but there are smaller communities of Muslims. And of course, if people are coming to Brugge or to Kortrijk, there are mosques where, of course, they can meet people to share their belief. So this is actually something we are doing at the moment. The main objective at the moment with ITS is that we can look at possibilities for exchange of students, as we did already. And in the future, we would like to set up a double degree also, but this is something we are preparing. Now, of course, we are ready to answer the questions, but that will probably be after the presentation of the other partner universities.
Yeah, thank you very much, Johan, for the interesting presentation. So you guys, students, can do the study exchange to Vives University of Applied Science. But because of this pandemic, Johan also open e-exchange, right, Johan? We have exchanged some of our courses in English that can be taken by international students. So student, if you are interested to take an e-exchange with Vives University of Applied Science this coming semester, you can contact me or Bu Dewi. Yeah, because we have all the list of the courses already. At the meantime, you can save all the questions because we will move to the next profile from National Cheng Kung University, NCKU Taiwan. So NCKU is one of the best university in Taiwan, and we will listen to the welcome note from Dr. Chow, the Director of Business Administration from NCKU.
Hello, my dear friends at ITS. Apa kabar? I'm Dr. Xuwen Zhou, the Director of the International Affairs Centers within the College of Management, here at National Cheng Kung University, NCKU in Taiwan. I'm delighted to join this IUP Grand Launch and the Global CEO Talk ceremony. I believe it will be a very successful program preparing future global business leaders. To cultivate future leaders, we need to work together to help students to gain international experience. We are so glad that NCKU has partnered with ITS for the Student Exchange Program. NCKU earns a reputation as a top-tier international university in Taiwan. At present, there are about 23,000 students, more than 1,000 faculty members, and more than 2,000 supporting staff and assistants. Of the students enrolled at NCKU, about 700 international students are coming from over 60 countries. According to several surveys, NCKU alumni are ranked as the most welcome employees among all universities in Taiwan. The College of Management at NCKU consists of 5 departments, 11 master programs, 9 Ph.D. programs, and 5 continuing education master programs. We have over 100 world-class professors who strive to provide you excellent learning experience. The student body is about 2,700, and over 100 are international students. About 90 English courses are offered within the College of Management. Our college is accredited with AACSB, which is the Professional Association for College Management Education. I believe you will develop strong skills while studying here at NCKU. We are the resource that can assist you in achieving the success in this globally competitive environment. Finally, I would like to give my best wishes for the success of this IUP program. Although we cannot meet with each other face-to-face during this crisis now, we are offering a short NCKU intro video to you. I hope to see you soon in our campus. Until then, take care and stay safe.
Yeah, that's a very nice greetings recorded by Dr. Chow from NCKU. She just appointed to be the new director. I met the former director last year in ITS. So besides NCKU, we have some other partner university in Taiwan. Nowadays, Taiwan become a trend for ITS students to go abroad because the universities there provide many scholarships. And yeah, for those who like to get another side of Asian culture, yeah, Taiwan can be the option because it's quite modern. The mix between American and Asian culture is quite presenting there. And beside Taiwan, we have other partners in other countries like Malaysia and Singapore. But yeah, still many of our partners are in Europe. So come back to Europe then. We have University of Applied Science in Nysa, Poland. Unfortunately, The representative, Miss Anna Polka, I don't see she's online already, so we just play the video, I guess, because NISA provides a lot of opportunity too for exchange, yeah, and with the scholarship from Erasmus. Erasmus is the institution that provide students for mobility to Europe, yeah. So here is the profile from NISA, University of Applied Science.
Hi everyone, I'm Fiol Castrati and I come from Kosovo and I'm a third-year student and I study economy. I've been here for 4 months now on my exchange program as a Erasmus+.
Hi, my name is Dulce. I'm 20 years old. I'm studying international business. I'm also doing my internship here in the International Cooperation Office.
Hello, my name is Angel. I'm from Spain.
Good morning, I'm Ritika Ladha and I'm from India.
Hi, my name is Eduardo. I'm from Spain.
Hi, hello. My name is Cristina Mavrikou. I am from Greece. I came here for my Erasmus studies.
I could probably say these were 4 months of the best 4 months of my life, since I've been able to explore some cities in Poland and also meet some young people here, young students, and which makes the city of Nisa really alive.
It's been a very exciting journey. I've visited so many places. I've met a lot of people which have been great. Spain, from Turkey, from Greece, and they are also kind. Also people from here that are very, very kind.
Really exciting to meet, to be here. And I also like the cold weather a lot and the beautiful colors of the city. And I really would encourage everyone to give it a try. I really think you would not regret it, as, for example, I loved it really much.
And I think the most important thing in Erasmus is to know great people. And here in Nisa I have known a lot of people, international people. I have a great friendship here.
I think in general, Erasmus studies are a great opportunity for everyone. And I think the University in Nisa gave me that. I made new friends, I met new people.
The thing I liked about it the most was the weather and the lakes. And talking about our university, I like how they've given students like us a very good exposure and how they're all very supportive to us. Thank you.
The University of Applied Sciences in Nisa is a modern, public, professional, scientific and educational institution with practical approach. It provides education on 14 fields of study: technical, economical, medical, social, and philological.
I like most from Nisa is the family atmosphere we have here.
Rapidly developing, cooperating with the region, with the highest educational standards in educational programs and equipment, as well with the great internationalization strategy, it offers all the students and partners the best professional and personal experience.
Nisa, it's a small town, but although it's like you're like a family here, so for me this is the best thing. So you get to know everyone better. So that's about me. Thank you very much.
Discover yourself with the University of Applied Sciences in Nisa. You are the one we are waiting for.
Yeah, that's about it. The profile of our partner universities. Actually, we still have one partner that helped us, not really international because he lives right here in Surabaya, Paul Donaldson. Paul, are you here already?
I am. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for joining.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. So in my previous presentation about the profile of our program, I insert you that you will be helping us in English development of our IUP students.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you help me a little bit with the details? Yeah.
Can I share screen for a small presentation?
Sure. We have set you as a co-host, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
great. Okay. All right, I'll just start sharing screen now, just a moment. Okay, hi everybody. So I'm Paul Donaldson. I own the British Education Centre in Surabaya. Currently, due to COVID, we are now onto online courses, tutoring and training only, as we've lost face-to-face, of course, for the time being. So I'll just introduce my company a little bit and how I go about teaching, nurturing, and developing students, as I'll be working with ITS next semester. So a little bit about myself. I have 20 years in the Asian education sector, Korea, Thailand, Indonesia. 12 years of coordinating and designing curriculum and syllabi for universities in South Korea. 12 years of lecturing and counseling domestic and international university students in South Korea, both online and in person. I've been doing online for about 10 years now. I'm a skilled 4.0 edu provider. I'm a trained IELTS examiner and tutor. I also do school support for high school, middle school students. I'm quite experienced in intercultural communication, so that's one of my specialties. And I have a master's in applied linguistics. So who are we? We were established in 2016. We're fully licensed by the BKPM and Dinas Pendidikan. Excuse my pronunciation. We provide specialist courses in structured English support, targeted and structured ESL, composition, i.e. writing, IELTS language testing, school university entrance, university development for students and courses, and educational guidance and counseling. Plus, I also do personal finance for teens and freshmen. So, some pictures of some past students. Currently, we work with Sekolah Ciputra University, ITS University, Surabaya Intercultural School, Surabaya European School, corporate executives for many companies, university professors and lecturers, students from various schools and universities, and adults in the business fields. So how I help different businesses in the university arena, accredited and non-accredited curriculum, both design and advice, course syllabus design, course implementation and lectures, language assessment and testing, which is quite big in the Surabaya area, language improvement, of course, international university preparation for students before they go abroad to a foreign country, online course implementation, as we are all having to experience right now, online course tech integration, which I'll talk a little bit about later. I'm a 4.0 advisor. Textbook writer, I provide an editing service, intercultural communication advisory. This is kind of important between when, say, one business, for example, from Indonesia is communicating with a business from a foreign country, we often have culture clash. So as a intercultural communication advisor, I can provide advice basically on how not to have miscommunication, which can be very important in business. IELTS prep course and business English. So specific university courses that I go through, as I've already said, curriculum design across one semester. This gives targeted language outcomes for the students. We can bell curve grades. Staff language assessment and training courses that integrate online learning, as already said. And all of my courses integrate the following. So critical thinking and problem solving, even with the language tutoring, okay? Critical thinking and problem solving, agility and adaptability, initiative and entrepreneurialism, which is very important in the business field, effective oral and written communication, accessing and analyzing information, curiosity and imagination. Okay, so if I talk now a little bit more how I help students develop and the methodology behind that. First of all, which is quite important, English is an international language. I implement it in the courses as a lingua franca, okay? So how? As a basis for all courses that we teach or design for non-native English speakers, I utilize English as a lingua franca. So this simply means that I model English as an international language for communication, not a specific native speaker model. Why? It's important for students to learn how to express and communicate their own culture and belief systems in the target language. It's not about trying to be a native speaker of English, if you know what I mean, right? It's about them. So, for example, 90% of future communication in English will be non-native English speaker to non-native English speaker. For example, Indonesian speaking to a German in business, right? Both using English as a second language. So in the case of ITS university students, they will be communicating mainly with other second language English speakers. So the native speaker model is only relevant if planning to live in a native speaking country, yeah? So when we're looking at business as an international communication, for international communication, we need to be able to communicate ourselves, our culture, our beliefs. So I use this as a basis in course design. Through all of my courses that I do design, I integrate a lot of technology, and obviously, as everybody knows, again, under current circumstances with the pandemic, this is more important than ever, and now students are really having to take hold of it. So just as an example, I integrate, like many lecturers do these days, Google Classroom, Google Hangouts, Google Docs, Zoom, of course. And then for language specific classes, there's things like Photobabble, Flipgrid, and Nearpod. These are other apps that help integrate language. Photobabble is like talking photos, so we can assess language. Flipgrid, students can use video, record themselves, send it to the tutor for grading. And Nearpod, which is a fantastic system for integrating all of your classroom into one system. So how do I teach? I use mirroring content. So through my courses that I deliver, language content, whether for oral communication or written, using varying examples, methods, and discourse, the object is for students to be able to mirror the content learned. And what I mean is there's 3 steps. There's the content delivery from the lecturer or teacher. The student internalizes it and memorizes it, and then mirrors it back to the lecturer in a given format, in whatever, whether it's an interview or the photo babble that I was just talking about, for assessment, right? So some class teaching methods that we use. Obviously, we have target language delivery in every class. We, as instructors, model the language. We take questions from the students to ensure they have understood the content, and then implement practice through varying resources, again, like Flipgrid, Photobabble, etc. And throughout the course, we use a syllabus laddering, building on content each week to enable the students to achieve target language attainment by the end of the course. So they should be able to put it all together by the end of the course and be comfortable in the language use. We also use language testing, which is most commonly seen these days in IELTS or TOEFL, but my classes tend to focus on oral language testing, where we kind of push students a little bit to use the structured laddering of building the language to go through an oral interview, for example, and be able to deliver that language in an everyday context. And most importantly, of course, a sense of humor is always welcome in the classroom. It helps students feel at ease, and making them comfortable is one of our main aims. So that's what I've prepared for you today. If anyone has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. So
Welcome.
Paul is now finalizing the syllabus for the English class, and the IUP student will be with Paul every Friday morning, yeah, every week. So we have 16 sessions this semester. Hopefully, students can be prepared better, especially for those who will be taking double degree that require certain language proficiency, like IELTS score 6.5, that can be challenging for some students. So students, you can ask the questions in the chat room, and I saw a lot of questions already. I would like to check out one by one. So I saw some questions is about admission for double degree, either in UQ or in School of Business. Are there any other requirement on top of a language? Some have been answered by Laura and Jordan, I guess, but probably it will be good to answer once again, Laura and Jordan, yeah? Because
Yeah.
it's quite important.
Very important. So yes, I'm very happy to reiterate that along with the IELTS requirement for the University of Queensland, we do also have a GPA requirement. So we will look at how the students perform in their 3 semesters of study prior to coming to UQ. And we're looking for a grade point average of around 3 out of 4. So consistently good grades would be a wonderful help. And then as long as you pass everything, so pass all of your subjects that we need for the credit transfer. And I mentioned that we do have a mathematics requirement, which is embedded into your studies early on. So that's pretty much it. There's no other requirements for the University of Queensland. We don't ask you to do an interview. We don't have a separate exam that you have to sit. It's purely based on meeting the English requirement, getting a good grade point average, and we would love to have you at the University of Queensland.
Thank you. That's about the admission in UQ. What about Rain School of Business? Is Jordan still here with us or he left? Did he leave already? Jordan, are you still with us?
I think he might have left. There was a note in the chat box.
Oh, okay then. Yeah. Yeah, student, you can get in touch with me or Miss Dewi in relation to admission of both university for double degree. I would like to check out some other questions. It's some are a little bit heavy. It's about the lockdown thing, and Laura have addressed it. Do you like to add something else, Laura, about this particular issue?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that because often it's difficult to know what's happening in other countries. And yes, so we are aware it's the government, obviously, in Australia that decides when travel bans will be lifted. Unfortunately, the University of Queensland doesn't always get a say in these things like other universities either. So at the moment, it is correct. There is a travel ban. There is no travel apart from Australians that are still returning to Australia to come into the country. And that's why we made sure that we delivered all of our courses online. So we have Indonesian students that are currently in Indonesia and they are doing their studies with UQ at the moment. And as I mentioned earlier on, we are preparing to do that again for our first semester next year. So that's our February intake. We will still have everything available online. So we are aware that COVID is very unpredictable and none of us really know what's going to happen. And I should mention that the University of Queensland is actually one of the front runners in developing a vaccine. I'm not sure if anyone is aware of that, but because we are a research intensive university, we do a lot around the medical side of things and a few other things. So UQ is actually working on a vaccine and our human trials are going really well. So along with the Oxford study, UQ is one of the front runners. So we're hopeful that there will be a vaccine early next year, but obviously we have to wait and see how that goes. So I understand it's not always something that you would want to do in starting your studies online, but we are still granting confirmation of enrolment. So as soon as the borders open, you would be able to apply for your visa to travel to Australia. But obviously there's a lot of unknowns at the moment. So we would still love you to apply to UQ. If you decided to apply and let's say the borders were still closed early next year, you can defer your studies. So we do have the 2 intakes per year. That's February and July. So there's that to think about. But obviously we will be waiting to see what the government decides to do in terms of reopening. But at the moment, everything is fully online and we are supporting all of our students with that. And if you head to the UQ website, there's a lot of great testimonials and videos on there about students talking about their online experience. So if you are keen, please head to the UQ website and check out some of our stories about the online experience.
Okay. In case of online double degree, so is it possible to do the double degree online?
It
so
is,
in that case, do you offer any special discount for the tuition fee?
That's a very good question. We did actually this semester. The university decided to have a special tuition rebate towards the semester of fees. Now there has been no word on what's happening next year, but Eva, I would just say we can keep in touch about that, and of course UQ would update our partners on that sort of information. It is on our website at the moment for students who commence this semester. So if things are still in the same situation, maybe there will be a reduction. Unfortunately, I don't make those decisions, but hopefully UQ will relook at that next year.
Okay. With the Vives University of Applied Science, we are running exchange program. And for the record students, for the exchange program, the tuition fee will be waived because it's between partners. So that's the good thing. And as I mentioned, Vives offer e-exchange this coming semester, September. yeah, until the end of the year. And what about 2021? Do you have have you decided something if you're going to go online again or back to campus? How does the exchange program look like early next year? Johan or Lieve or Anne?
Yes, well, at the moment, the point is that we are in a similar situation like in all countries in Europe. And actually, this morning, it's the official opening of the academic year. The idea is for international students to offer as much as possible the courses on campus. Of course, depending on the situation at the moment. So as it means from January till the end of June, we did not decide how it will be. Let's hope, and of course it will depend on the pandemic situation at that time, and let's hope we can offer all the courses on the campus. But the idea is, if we are not able to offer all courses on campus, there will be a combination of on campus, online, and of course, this is something we will have to evaluate every month, every day by day. The other side to this may be interesting to mention is that your students also can attend some of the courses that we have online. So we will send you the timetable. Of course, there is a difference in the time schedule by the day. Now it's the morning. And so you will receive the time schedule for all the courses of the students in the program Bachelor of Business Management and Entrepreneurship. But apart from that, some of the courses will be recorded, and then your students can easily pick them up at more convenient moments.
Okay, yeah. There is another question about the language of instruction. Yeah, for the record students, even when you go to France or Belgium, you will join English speaking courses. That's for sure. Don't worry about that. That's why we require certain level of English proficiency and not Belgian or French, right? Okay. I saw something, a question about scholarship that might be interesting. So there is a question about scholarship for UQ, and then maybe I can ask the same question for FIFES. Yeah, for FIFES, because the tuition fee is waived, then maybe the question would be scholarship for living allowance, perhaps. Yeah. Who will go first? Maybe Johan?
Unfortunately, we do not have a tradition at the moment for scholarships. At the other hand side, we introduced a key action 107 at Erasmus, which is the European and worldwide exchange program. And we were lucky that actually we can, after this pandemic situation, receive for the beginning 4 students with a scholarship. So it means that we have 4 students for 4 months. Of course, we have to develop that and see it more in concrete details once we can actually accept your students to come to Belgium. So that's going to be a scholarship for 4 students, and maybe in the future there might be other possibilities. But actually, this is what we have, what we can offer at the moment. What is important as whenever we work on double degrees, then in that case, we always look at possibilities of waiving tuition fees as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that will be perfect. And student, actually don't you worry, because the department will try our best to support you, at least paying your flight maybe. Yeah, so just get in touch with me if you like to make a plan about your international exposure. And what about the UQ? I saw Fitria and Laura has addressed some question about scholarship. Maybe you like to repeat?
Yeah, Eva, we have limited scholarships. I always like to say limited because unfortunately at this point in time it's not something that we have available for every student. And I did put up the little URL there for scholarships. So it's scholarships.uq.edu.au. So anything that we have available for international students and domestic students goes onto that particular website. In our faculty, we do have some scholarships. We call them bursaries because they're either 5,000 or 10,000 Australian dollars that we award to outstanding Indonesian students. So they are dedicated for Indonesian students because Indonesia is a priority for us as well. So my advice is to head on to our website and have a look at our Indonesian Global Leader scholarships that are open for our Indonesian students. It is based on academic merit, so the better your grade point average, the better chance you have. But we do look at your IELTS as well, so that's one thing that we might take into consideration. And you never know, in the future, we may have some dedicated scholarships that we can offer. There's a lot of things always happening at UQ, so if things change or get updated, I will certainly let ITS know. And obviously, the pandemic has I guess made a lot of people look at what scholarships and funding is available. So we will always keep everything updated on our website.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So I saw another question. It's it's a bit sensitive. It's how your university can protect students studying overseas, some like protection from discrimination or criminal case. Yeah, Laura, can you respond to this?
Yeah, I'm happy to address that because it is a big concern for parents as well as students. And look, one thing I will say is Australia is considered a relatively safe country. As I mentioned in my presentation, we are extremely multicultural. 28% of people living in Brisbane actually weren't even born in Brisbane. So that's almost a third of our population that actually call Australia home but weren't born here. So I would like to say we are quite a tolerant nation in terms of a range of things. And I'm not going to say that nothing can possibly happen because that, there are things that go on that, we have no control over. But I think in terms of the way that we look after our student body, and we do have a very diverse international student population, and knowing that Brisbane is considered one of the safest cities in in Australia, I feel secure that our Indonesian students have a good time when they're here and they do feel relatively safe. We do have a great Indonesian student community that are based in Brisbane. We have a wonderful Indonesian Student Association that provide a lot of support and guidance to our students, and Fitria has a lot of contact with them. So any student who's a little bit worried about, what it's like being in a country like Australia, especially if you've never travelled here, Fitria can definitely have some of our alumni talk about their experience, and I haven't heard any negative or really bad experiences from our students. So I'll let Fitria talk about that a little bit as well. And Fitria studied in Australia, so being an Indonesian who studied probably a few years ago can also talk about it.
Yeah, and I saw Fitria also added some safety protocols and initiative at the University of Queensland. Yeah.
Yep. We have a UniSafe app. We've got security on campus. All of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about the Vivas University? Is there any big issue in discrimination or safety in Belgium? And how the university tried to address the issue? Johan?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say Kortrijk is relatively safe, I guess. I think we could compare it to what the lady from Queensland, from University of Queensland was talking about. We are always open for students, if they have problems, to come and tell us. If they feel discriminated in any way, they can contact our ombuds people or the people from international office, and tell us what the problems exactly are, and we always have a look at what we can do for them. But so far there has not been any need for very specific measures for security for students to be able to come out on the streets during daytime or in the evening. So we don't really have an elaborated program for security for our students.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Yeah, that's because we think that they're quite safe.
Yeah. I lived for 5 years in Europe, and I could say they're pretty safe there. Yeah, thank you, Anne. And move to another question. So from Elena from non-IUP ITS. Yeah, for the record, we also invite regular students here in the session. And we are, Department of Business Management, open the international exposure, not only for international undergraduate program students only, but to all students. And if you ask about exchange program, yes, as Laura said, we don't have a formal arrangement with UQ just yet, but we have a lot of partner university that open for exchange, like Vives University of Applied Science. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear for this. So put to Elena, you can think about going to Europe instead of Australia, maybe for exchange. But if you still want to go to Australia, I think Laura offer like summer program, the short course, not summer, because it's winter. It should be winter in Australia.
Yeah, Eva, we did have a short course that we were offering called Queensland in July, and we do we had to obviously postpone it this year because of COVID, and we're not really quite sure what's going to happen next year. Obviously, we're monitoring things as well with the pandemic, but you're right, that is a short course that we were offering. We started it very new. It was only ran in 2017 and 2018, so hopefully that's something we might continue in the future. But otherwise, the other alternative that we do is where we don't have an exchange agreement. We call it study abroad. It's still essentially the same thing. The only difference is the student actually pays a set tuition fee to the University of Queensland for the subjects that they would like to study. So if ITS agreed that a student could go to Queensland, not as a double degree and not as exchange, but they could do an approved semester, and you would obviously have to approve the subjects, then yes, they can apply to UQ. They would pay a set tuition amount for the subject that they would do, and they get a transcript. They don't get a UQ degree, but they would then be able to hopefully credit those courses back to your program. So we call it study abroad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We look forward to have it, Laura, actually, because then students can have more options, right? Because probably they just want to try life in Brisbane a little bit. One semester is okay, as long as I can stay in Brisbane, because it's just wonderful. Okay, let's work on it in the future. And I have to move to another question. It's a lot. Okay. Again about safety. I don't think it's we need to go over that again because it's clearly addressed. And my name is Ali. I'm final year student. Currently, I'm preparing myself to continue to the next postgraduate. Okay, one of the study programs that caught my attention in Master of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. He's thinking ahead. I impressed. Okay.
Yeah, I wrote to Ali and I mentioned I'd be happy to talk to them privately. But yes, I'll do a quick plug for our postgraduate programs. Absolutely. So, of course, we do have master's degrees at UQ, and that would be another option. So let's say, for example, it didn't work out that you came to UQ for a double degree, but maybe you did want to consider a master's program. Most of our programs are either 1.5 years or 2 years for a master. So yes, if you love the idea of doing entrepreneurship and innovation. We do have a master's dedicated towards that. We also have some online credentials, so we call it a micro master's. And Ali, if you message me, I'll send you the details on that. That's part studies you can do at home and then come over to Brisbane for part of our program as well. But yes, we have a lot of options, and the UU website has some great information about postgrad programs if you don't quite make it for undergrad.
Yeah, great. And yeah, just so you know, spoiler alert, we are going to open master program as well next year. So I don't know if UQ or VFS like to have a double degree in the master program. We have to think ahead as well, not only our students do.
That's right. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, true. Okay. Do I have anything else that I need to address? It's about visa. Okay. No, I don't think so. Company. Oh, if I graduated my double degree from UQ and assuming that I apply now the visa and planning to apply job to some company on Australia. Oh, okay. Will I be considered as good asset to the company I applied in? Okay. Sorry if the question is a bit rude, not at all, I believe.
It's not
but
rude,
I will
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, that one ties, I'm happy to talk about that, and it ties into another one that Azra or Zita has just sent me as well. So it's always a question that we get asked in terms of finding employment, staying on in Australia once you actually graduate. It is complicated. It's not the easiest thing, and no one should be able to promise that you would be able to stay and remain in Australia. And the tricky thing is when you actually come and do a double degree for a year and a half, it doesn't entitle you to an additional, what we call a post-study work visa. If you wanted to commit to 2 years of study in Australia, so that might be maybe your postgrad, or we look at, modifying something with the double degree. If you wanted to commit to 4 semesters, so 2 years in Australia, the government does have what we call a post-study work visa, which would allow you to remain in Australia for an additional 2 years to find employment. Unfortunately, the year and a half doesn't do that. So when you only commit to a year and a half, you're pretty much committing to your year and a half, and you're then hoping that maybe someone will want to sponsor you to stay in a job. But that one is a little bit tricky, and especially because of the pandemic, who knows what's happening with economies. Australia is officially in a recession, so it will be interesting to see how that works out. But what I do want to mention is, as part of the program, so the year and a half, you will have access to opportunities where you can do work integrated learning. You'll have opportunities where you can look at internships. So while I didn't really talk about that aspect, it is important in Australia, and like our European friends, we would love you to get some experience. It's not embedded into our undergraduate degree, but if you are interested in working part-time, finding paid employment, we can help you with all of that as well. So we have a lot of assistance for our students. And if you're really keen, that's something that we would look at right at the beginning. We don't leave those things to the last minute, because there's obviously a lot of things that you have to prepare, bring your CV, learn how to interview. And we do have internship programs as well. So we cover a lot of that, but I can't guarantee that you'll find a job. I can't guarantee that you'll end up staying in Australia. It is a country that's not the easiest to always remain in. So you have to think about those sort of things. There might be opportunities to swap to a different visa. So I say keep your options open. But I can't promise that you'll find a job or that you will be able to stay in Australia. But it's certainly, your UQ degree will be well regarded, and we have alumni all around the world. So even if it doesn't work out in Australia, you might have an opportunity to go and work in Singapore, or maybe go to Malaysia, or obviously go back home. But looking at other options as well, where UQ has a lot of alumni.
Yeah, especially when you get degree from UQ, it's kind of golden ticket, right?
Well, I like to hope so, but it's up to an individual as well. Obviously, it all comes down to you as a person, how you're going to apply yourself to your program, and whether you're really proactive in looking at opportunities that might come your way. So we
Yeah.
can give you all of those tools to help you with that.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Student, actually, you can just raise your hand and then ask your question directly. You don't have to write down, so you can talk directly with them, okay? Just do it. uh, uh, okay, about working things, something came to my mind. So to my knowledge, in some countries, when we are holder of a student visa, we are entitled to do little hours of work come with the visa. What about international student in Australia and in Belgium? Do you hear that there is a chance to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Australia, with a student visa, you automatically get work rights in terms of when you're studying, you can find a part time job and you can work up to 40 hours per fortnight. So every 2 weeks, as long as you don't exceed 40 hours, the government is fine with that. And in holidays, you can work as much as you like. So in Australia, that's already covered as part of your student visa. You don't need to apply for anything additional in terms of finding a part-time job or doing an internship.
And is it easy though to find a job, casual job in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either if you're open to doing pretty much anything, then you'll be able to find part-time work. It is, as I've mentioned, a little bit strange at the moment. Pre-COVID, I'd say, yep, no problems at all. Obviously, we are affected just like all other countries, and we still have some things that have shut down. I mean, Brisbane is still doing really well. All of our cafes are back open, or the majority of them anyway. So I would say if you're open to looking at anything, then I'm sure you can find something. But once again, we have to wait and see what's happening with COVID as well and how that will influence a
Yeah.
lot of things.
That's actually what I did when I studied in Switzerland. I did pretty much everything yeah, to make money. What
Yeah.
about in Belgium? Can you share a story about international student life in Belgium? Can they work? Because with the local language, I don't think it's as easy as finding a casual job in Australia.
Well, the point is that the rule is that international students, once they enrolled in an institute of higher education, they can work to a maximum of 20 hours a week. So, of course, Europeans and non-Europeans, it's the same actually. What is very important is that they do it officially, because quite often they do it like an unofficial job, and then it's rather dangerous. So we always guide the students to the official instances, so that they really can find a job which is recognized, that they are paid correctly, that insurance is okay, and things like that. Now, is it easy to find something if you don't speak the local language? The experience is that for international students with English, actually, it's not that a problem, because quite a lot of the cities in Belgium are very international. And yes, it's something, it depends on the commitment of the students themselves, but they can do it. And we have always international students who are doing a kind of a student job during their studies, as long as this does not interfere with their study program, of course.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Johan. And I don't see any other questions in the chat room. Any question? Any more question? Yeah. I guess there are a lot of things have been addressed today, starting from the formal admission requirement, the courses opportunities, scholarship, the security things, and then even the interesting thing about casual jobs in Europe or Australia. I hope that could attract your interest, students, to plan your future with Department of Business Management in terms of international mobility. I'd like to thank you very much to all our partner, Johan, Lieve, Anne from Vives University of Applied Science, and Laura and Fitria from University of Queensland, and Paul Donaldson. I hope we still get in touch to structure the English class for our students. Thank you very much for joining us in this session. Thank you. I hope we'll see you very soon in the near future. So so Johan add something about the student visa in the chat room that you can access, guys. And because we don't have any more questions, I'd like to close the session. And because we are a little bit earlier than the schedule before coming to the next global CEO talk, we will have a break. And then I will give the virtual microphone back to the Master of Ceremony. But before that, we are going to see a video profile of one of our partners that we just got from Coventry University, UK. Thanks again, Johan, Laura, Riva, Anne. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Back to you, Vice.
Good morning, UK time, and good afternoon, Indonesian time. My name is Benny Cahyono. I am a professor in sustainability and supply chain management at Coventry University in the UK. I'm delighted to be invited in this particular occasion, and I thank my colleague, Dr. Syarifa Hanoum, as the head of the Department of Business Management at ITS, and also my colleague, Dr. Imam Baihaqi, as the Dean of the Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. I'd like to congratulate both of you on this particular achievement, and many congratulations for that. So I'd like just to share some of my screen and to introduce Coventry University very briefly, with the hope that then you can have a bit of idea of where we are and how we can help you in terms of your study. So after this presentation, if you would like to have more information about Coventry University, please feel free to contact me. My email address is on your screen, and feel free to send me an email. Okay, let's start. Coventry University is considered as a young university. It's a modern university, but we have a number of accolades already. So as you can see in your screen, we are considered number one in terms of UK top modern university by the Guardian University Guide 2019. We also have the gold winner of the Times Higher Education TEF, or Teaching Excellence Framework Matrix, and second for Teaching Excellence. And we are also ranked highly in the Guardian University Guide 2019, and number 5 in terms of UK student city according to QS. Coventry is located not too far away from Birmingham. It's from Birmingham Airport particularly, it takes about 10-15 minutes by train. Birmingham International is very convenient for those of you coming from Indonesia particularly, because there are many flights by Qatar or by Emirates. They're all landing in Birmingham. It takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours from London, a bit further away. But the train from London to Coventry is very convenient. I also take train every day, every time I work. I go to work. Coventry University consisted of a number of entities. We have 3 campuses in Coventry, in London, and also in Scarborough. And we also have other organizations or enterprises that looks after the different business arms of the university groups. In terms of student body, we're quite large. There are more than 40,000 students, of which 7,000 coming from all over the world, international students, more than 100 countries. We are running about 400 plus both undergraduate and postgraduate courses. We have 3,500 staff. And being a modern university, we are actually in a very good position because we continue to invest in our buildings, our infrastructure, accommodation, student facilities, laboratories, our offices, and so on. So we are in a very good positions for that. As a professor of sustainability and supply chain management, I work at the Center for Business and Society, a research center within the Coventry Business School. And I co-lead one of the research clusters called Sustainable Production and Consumption. For those of you who are familiar with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, certainly our clusters are very much influenced by goal number 12. So the kind of work that we do in these clusters, for instance, looking into circular economy, sustainable manufacturing, sustainable supply chain, sustainable businesses, and many other facets of sustainability. Now I'm going to switch onto our website, and I'm sure you would be interested to look at the studies. So first point of reference would be Coventry AC UK, and you will have our main website. And from this, I would suggest that you look into study and then look into visit our open days. This is where you can speak to someone on a particular day and you ask questions, and also you can see our facilities through the virtual reality and from the web. So if you click that, then you can choose different dates. Yeah, you can book your place and you can meet people in there, ex-students, students, and also the lecturers. And from this page, I'd like you to look at the so-called virtual experience. So click on this virtual tour, and take a while to do that. But in the meantime, once you load it, then you should see this page, and you can explore your campus in the so-called 360 degrees. So you scroll around and look at the buildings, yeah, and then you can go into a different part of the building. You can take a look at our facilities, the library, for example. You know, you can see and you can go inside, take a look at the library. Maybe you can take a look at different parts of the university. Certainly, when you want to study at Coventry, you need to browse our courses. And similarly, from the study tab, you look at find a course, either course search, or if you know which level you want to study, you go to UG for undergraduate and PG for postgraduate. So whichever you choose, you will have this sort of course finders. And those of you who would like to spend some time in ITS and some time at Coventry, we are very flexible. We offer you the so-called top-up courses, where you only spend 1 year at the Coventry University studying, for example, international business, and then you can get both degrees from ITS and from Coventry. Of course, subject to the validation of the subjects that you do or that you have completed at ITS. So perhaps you can take a look at this and type international business top-up. You can see there are hundreds of 50 courses to do with international business top-up. And for instance, if you're interested in, let's take a look at accounting, global business, here we go, perhaps international business top-up, then you can take a look at the course detail, the overview, the fees, entry requirements, and so on and so forth. So you can browse our course. And once again, if you have questions, do ask me, send me an email, and I am going to put you in touch with the course director. So to end my presentation, once again, I'd like to congratulate the Department of Business Management. on this great achievement. And then I wish you every success in the future. And I am looking forward to meeting you in Coventry to do one of our courses. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. That very thoughtful of Professor Benny. He is an Indonesian national, but have been working in a Coventry University, and now he become full professor in there. And we are still working on a double degree with Coventry University because we learned that England might be still be one of the favorite country in Europe that Indonesian students like to go to. So yeah, so as Prof. Benny said, if you have any question, you can write him through his email, or you can get in touch with me or Miss Dewi as an international partnership coordinator in the Department of Business Management. Maybe Miss Dewi can say hi so the student can see the face of Miss Dewi.
Hey student, how are you?
As well. So we have a lot of assistance for our students. And if you're
Yeah, so that's Miss Miss Dewi will be helping me for technical arrangement of international mobility in this department. So actually, I have given the microphone back to Faiz, so I give this back to you then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Eva. So yeah, so we will have a short break right now. And yeah, during the break, you will see the video of the business management profile again, and you can take a break, drinks, eat something, and before we start the best event after that, we will hear the experience from the CFO of one of the biggest company in Switzerland. So it's time for a break, and have a nice break every day.
Business Management, established in 2011 as one of bachelor programs at Institut Teknologi, Sepuluh Nopember, Surabaya. Our department became part of Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Business Management ITS is a unique management major who combines management science with ITS identity as an engineering campus. Students will gain technical skills and soft skills to prepare themselves as future business leaders. There are 4 major concentrations in business management of ITS: operation management and business analytics, marketing and entrepreneurship, human resource management, and also accounting and finance. To familiarize students with real business conditions, our department offers some project-based courses such as design thinking, new venture creation, sociopreneurship, business consulting project, internship, and many others. Business Management ITS offers International Undergraduate Program or IUP for both Indonesian and foreign students. Students will get lectures fully in English and greater opportunities to take part in international exposure activities. Our department also offers double degree programs. These particular programs are held in collaboration with the University of Queensland and Rennes School of Business. Students will study at ITS and partner universities to get 2 undergraduate degrees. We provide students the opportunities to take international mobility activities such as excursion studies, exchange programs, short course programs, international internships, and many others. Our department will warmly welcome foreign students to experience these international exposure opportunities. To support those activities, Business Management ITS have several international partners. There are 2 laboratories to promote researchers at Business Management ITS, which are Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory and Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Development Laboratory. Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory, or the BAS Laboratory, focuses on operation management, strategic management, finance, and accounting. There are 10 lecturers and researchers associated with the BAS laboratory. The Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory have several assistants to support its day-to-day operations. Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Development Laboratory, or ESME Laboratory, focuses on marketing, entrepreneurship, and human resource management. There are 9 lecturers and researchers associated with the ESME Laboratory. Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Development Laboratory, also supported by several assistants to carry out its laboratory programs. Our department have more than 500 alumni. They work at different fields and industries such as national and multinational companies, government, or even became an entrepreneur.
Let's join Business Management ITS and be the future business leader.
Okay, hello everybody. So we already finished our 5 minutes break. And after that, we will follow the best session so far. So let's see here. Okay, so let's move to the main agenda actually for today, which is Global CEO Talk from Mr. Philipp Rueedi, entitled New Normal, Global Perspective in Global Business, which will be led by our moderator, Dr. Janti Gunawan. Before that, can I check, Mr. Rueedi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for coming, and also as well as Dr. Janti. So for Dr. Janti, time is yours.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let me share the screen. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so today it's a pleasure that we have Mr. Philipp Rueedi as a humble global chief financial officer and internal auditor who has been working with several multinational companies. Mr. Philipp Rueedi, welcome. I will introduce you first. So Philipp is a Swiss national who holds an MBA from the University of Zurich, an EMBA from HALT International Business School in Shanghai, and a certified global internal auditor. His working experience are extensive, including working for more than 5 years at KPMG and MSM Group, a global consultancy company on his early career. He was an internal auditor at the head office of an insurance group, Winterher, and continued to work for 6 years at Sulter Group, a multinational company with several manufacturing and service business units that involve technology and concern on global footprint. He was a CFO for this group, managed and controlled the finance of the group of companies that operates in Asia, Pacific, and Europe, with more than 1,500 employees globally and asset revenue for more than $300 million. In the last 5 years, he has been working as a CFO for a modern technology in the textile industry. Now he is the CFO of EspriTech Limited at Eselkoven. Without further ado, we would like to welcome Mr. Philipp Rueedi for his speech about pathway to create future business leaders. I wish you enjoy this our engagement to support us. Thank you. So welcome. The floor is yours, and let me share your presentation.
Yes, hello, and very warm. Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Yes, hello, and a very warm welcome also from my side. Can you also hear me?
Yeah, but maybe you can speak a little bit louder, Phil.
Okay.
Or the microphone maybe will help.
Okay, let me try to increase that.
It's clear here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also to Dr. Hanoum for the opportunity to speak at such an important event, which must be a milestone for everybody in your career. I have divided my speech into 3 parts. First, I would like to introduce myself. Second, I give you an overview on the current megatrends, which most likely will influence your studies and your career. And third part will be on my own experiences as a student, as, believe it or not, as I have just recently finished an international EMBA degree myself. So let me start by introducing myself and give some reasoning why I could be the right guy to hold such an honorable speech on the topic of pathways to create future business leaders. I guess the first reason is that I'm quite old. So that gives you the idea that I have some experience on what I'm talking about.
You're definitely not old at all.
Definitely not always a good argument, as we will later see, because we cannot project the past into the future. But still, it is clearly easier being old and looking back than being young and standing in front of an unknown future. I have a little advantage here on my side, so I will try to make that into an interesting story. Secondly, as already mentioned, I have been working in Asia for 4 years as an area CFO for a large and at the time very important industrial group. It was my role to bridge the cultures between Asia and Europe for all of our Asian entities. There are substantial differences in the thinking of these 2 cultures. I don't want to say there is a right or wrong here, not at all, but it needs to be considered. Before that, I had been traveling all over the world, and I was employed as a board member in companies, mostly in the industrial sector. So I'm an industry guy. I have been 3 times in Indonesia myself, 3 times for 2 weeks each as an auditor. That was in Purwakarta. I give you a little story here. I remember that every Thursday we had exotic fruit testing, which was totally unknown to me. And I was very fascinated by these unknown fruits. That I tried to bring durian seeds back to Switzerland. I wanted to see if they can grow here. I can tell you it was the only time when my suitcase was opened by customs as they may have thought I'm smuggling drugs. So that wasn't a good idea. Nowadays, as mentioned before, I'm based back in Switzerland. I'm acting partner and CFO in a very small company now that manufactures textile folding machines. So you can say still old industry. It's a boutique company that uses innovation to reach the next level of machinery. We are very tiny, in a very specialist niche, but our products are most likely world leading. It is a high-tech product. Unfortunately, we have not sold one of these machines to Indonesia yet, but I'm sure that will come. Furthermore, I own a company which offers accounting services and also provides consulting for companies. So my core competencies are things like accounting, costing, and financial topics in general. So after this introduction, let us dive right away into the topic of what are the megatrends that, in my opinion, you should have a particular interest in and which are likely to have an influence in your studies and later on in your career. So right now, of course, we still feel the economic impact of COVID-19, and it's still very difficult to estimate how much damage this virus has created or will create. However, megatrends have been there before, and usually what happens in a crisis like COVID-19, changes happen more rapidly. So the impacts of megatrends actually come even faster and more direct than if we hadn't had this virus. Megatrends have the power to change industries or the way we do things completely. So this is exactly the point where the old knowledge, the old experience probably does not help the most for the future. That is the reason why you should study the megatrends, why you should start a good education, and probably why you have to look out for lifelong learning. Megatrends represent huge opportunities for you. These are the knowledge areas where young people who can master new technologies have almost the same chances to contribute to success as the old experts. I know some very young, talented people with specific knowledge, for instance, in marketing. They are really indispensable for big, large corporations now. These are wonderful careers. In the past, companies had a wide set of skill sets and competences. They tried to improve their products over time. With each release, the products got a little bit better, new features were being added, new possibilities provided. So this represents a learning curve of a company, a history of knowledge that is difficult to copy. Still, even today, many companies work like that. But then what happens increasingly often, suddenly everything changes when an entirely new technology is being used. Maybe a good example would be the end of printed photography. Not long time ago, photography was based on films. We had to send in the film to get the paper copies back. With the introduction of the digital photography, as we have them on our smartphones and use them so frequently, this all has disappeared. So this was clearly a mega trend, and an entire old industry collapsed. Kodak, the former world leader, lost its position, and new players came and expanded the market considerably. Kodak definitely had all the history and knowledge about photography, but it lacked the knowledge of the new technology called digitalization. Okay, Kodak is a very old but classical example. But take Tesla. A car is not a car anymore. Or the introduction of smartwatches. A watch is not a watch anymore, as we used to know them for so long. So let us dive into some groups of megatrends. I'm not going to be too detailed, and I tried to group some of the blocks of topics. The first one is innovation using digitalization. We could further break that down into automation, artificial intelligence and augmented reality. We could also take autonomous driving, big data analytics here into this category. Good companies always innovated, so that is nothing new. But it was rather a development of the old into something better, using the same technologies, just refine them. But when it comes to new digital technologies, things become disruptive and everything changes. Such key knowledge is often more specific and focused to the point. It is often based on latest research as you would learn it at universities or research centers. So I just followed the introduction before, and I understand you're running laboratories. I think that's exactly the kind of point where you can accumulate and learn such knowledge. Long-lasting experience is naturally not yet available. All this stuff is brand new. When such new technologies come up, they can often override the old knowledge, which is based on many wide skills. If a company fails to take up this new specific knowledge, it may collapse, even though it has still good and worthy products by the old approach. A lot of the new technologies is data-driven, and that opens totally new perspectives to the product. So here I see a first level of possibilities to involve these new technologies in the production or in the products themselves. Before, a machine had to work mechanically. Later, sensors have been added to smoothen the mechanic. What is different now is the data that gets collected, and there may be artificial learning from this data. If something happens repeatedly, then the machine itself learns how to cope with that different situation. That is totally new and a powerful game, and it involves a lot of new capabilities. This also has an impact on the jobs. With the old approach, skilled labor was needed to run the machine and to produce the product. Now, some of the knowledge is covered by data in the machine. So, such a person running the machine may become of limited value to the company if he or she has not added new competencies. Companies are suddenly seeking people who master the new technologies, who can combine the old with the new. So students like you that have actually looked at the situation from a broader angle, but then did diving into the specialities, are in a very good position to find attractive jobs after their studies. That is good news for you, and highly capable people that new opportunities are opening up for them if you can contribute to mastering the knowledge gap as raised by digitalization. From my experience, I can tell you, even in an employment market like now, during COVID-19, these are job profiles which are still rare and well paid. That's good news, which is driven by digitalization. So let me not hide the fact that such knowledge will not last so long as in the past. Maybe after 10 years, new technologies will again be developed and the next generation of people will take over. This is getting an increasing problem for older generations, that they cannot cope with the increasingly rapid changes in technology or lose their jobs because of more automated production. So what do we learn from this? I think as employees, we have to be more flexible. Continuous learning is an absolute must. And you should not think if you have reached a certain position in your life or got a certain job level that this will last forever. But I don't want to be too negative here. Definitely you are at the start of your career. You have taken the right step to add knowledge. And if you master this, then you will be in the excellent position for the next stage. But my advice with regard to digitalization is that whenever you hear things like big data, industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, or even automation, you should be curious and have a deeper look. These technologies can be used in a range of applications, and they will open a lot of doors for you if you know in-depth knowledge about one or more of these topics. This will give you direction in your future career. So having an interest in one of these will definitely take time. I would like to finish this chapter by saying that innovation potential resides not only in the product or the production processes, but also in the way company interacts in and outside. For example, in marketing and how to find the right customers. That brings us to the next topic. A second megatrend I would call the changing buying behavior. This is definitely a topic that has changed a lot because of COVID-19. We all expected that online buying will increase over time, but COVID-19 changed this dramatically in the sense that many more products are being bought by online channels. Whoever was prepared for this might even have had a benefit during COVID-19. I know producers of, for instance, simple things like bed sheets who had their own sales channels online. They had full business during COVID-19. Others who didn't have that nearly collapsed because lack of sales. So what we see is a dramatic change in the buying behavior and the way things are being bought. With that comes a whole new industry with logistics and delivery services, which is producing still at its limits right now, and which is even expanding during COVID-19. This, of course, happens because now we have the tools to order online. It's not so much the computers at home, but it's driven directly by the smartphones and the handhelds. Again, these are new technologies. We didn't have that 10 years ago. It wouldn't have happened 10 years ago. In general, I have to say, looking backwards, much more has changed in much shorter time than we ever believed. But to some extent, we have forgotten it. We don't realize how fast it has changed and what all the dramatic impacts are. As a student and later as young professionals, you must be aware that things change fast. Don't ever think that something will last forever. Business cycles of products and sales channels are getting shorter and shorter. We have to constantly adapt. When you are young, this will be in your favor because you have the knowledge of the time, which is the tool to master these challenges. But if you think it will be like this forever, you're likely to be wrong. There is this famous saying by Heraclitus, change is the only constant in life. And I think this is absolutely right. If you lose the connection to the latest knowledge, then you are entering troubled waters. So I think, first of all, it was a good idea to start this energy initiative by becoming a young student. But even after you master this challenge, life will not be easy and challenges will likely to continue. I'm giving you my thoughts on my experiences as a student in the second part of this speech later.
Philip, if you need to drink, feel free.
Thanks. But let me go back to the third megatrend. I would like to touch. This is efficiency and sustainability. Employing modern technology is usually quite expensive. So business planning becomes more important. That's a financial discipline which is still needed. But on the other hand, if modern technology is used wisely, you can take out a lot of networking capital. You can produce without using less capital. You can reach high efficiency gains in your production. As a CFO and group controller, I can say that to reach good efficiency levels is an absolute must in today's business environment. To reach higher efficiency levels, companies employ more automation. But if companies think of it as a mere replacement of labor, it usually doesn't work. It's more than that. It requires often also a different mindset. Again, as young employees or young graduates, you are in a better position to master this. At the end of the day, running assets efficiently is an absolute must-do in today's working environment. Pricing pressure is likely to increase due to capacity increases and also due to the expected inflation trend caused by the stimulus money printing to cushion the impacts of COVID-19. A second topic under this title is that investments must be in the sense of reaching a higher sustainability level. Don't invest time or money into anything that is not based on sustainability. International buyers increasingly have a close look on how things are being produced. Take the jeans production, the so-called denim. To produce one pair of jeans, a staggering 800 liters of water are needed. Traditionally, this is an extreme waste of water and also creates polluted water, which is often not even wastewater treated. But today, again, thanks to modern technology, it is possible to produce jeans with almost no polluted water. But it needs an investment, which will cost money. But if a producer does not adapt, he will face a more difficult market in the future. Of that, I'm absolutely sure. Of course, regarding sustainability, we have different positions in the world. In Western Europe, this becomes really a hot topic, and the US is following with a delay. Whereas in Asia, the pricing issues are still in the forefront. This is likely to change. So when you have to justify an investment, you should also consider the sustainability of it. Otherwise, the money might be wasted in the long run. The next megatrend I would like call corrections in globalization. In the last 10 years, especially China has become the production house of the rest of the world. Old markets, I'm talking about the EU and the US, are investing into new capacities, not to change, but not to leave the market alone to China. In the last 10 years, not only China, but Asia overall got much stronger. I think that is extremely good. If we are talking about exports, this was to a large extent based on cheap labor. Let me talk to you from the other end of the scope, where we had a lot of big industrial companies in Switzerland. Many of those we lost in the last 20 years because we could not produce labor-based goods at our current price levels anymore. Instead, we shifted into other types of work, more into the service-related industries, which are actually more working on the local markets to compensate this loss of labor. If you want, you can say that despite the high education level, we cannot produce certain goods anymore in Switzerland or in Western Europe. Let us take the textile industry. If you go into any remote valley in Switzerland, you can be sure you feel fine traces of early textile manufacturing. We had a lot of textile industry in Switzerland a long time ago, but today nobody works there anymore, as all textile products come predominantly from Asia. As I told you, I'm still selling textile machinery, but all machinery goes to Asia as the main production countries. We can still do it because we sell high-tech products in a niche where the labor costs for these machines are not the most important argument. But we feel that the rest of the world wants to be able to do some textile production. So a little part is shifting back into the old economies. When it comes to labor costs, China is not cheap enough anymore. They have become an industrial powerhouse themselves, which means their labor costs have increased. Nowadays, we add new technologies, expensive technologies, which replace labor. So be aware, please note that the machine's costs are the same if running in Asia or in the EU or in the Western world. The labor costs are different, but the machine costs are actually the same. On top, we have a loss of market flexibility because of the distance. And also from a sustainability point of view, maybe it's not the best approach to shift all the goods fully around the world. So overall, some of the work volume will come back to the Western countries, not all, maybe not even a lot. Most volume will stay, I'm guessing, but some work will come back. We clearly could see it also in the COVID-19 phase, when the Western realized that we were not capable of producing masks. We had to buy the masks from China. Now we restarted to produce masks ourselves, so only now, but that means in the future we will probably not buy them from Asia anymore. So I think to wrap this up, what we see is to some extent a limitation of the globalization. I like to think that we have 3 big blocks in the world, maybe 4. One is the Americas, one is Europe, and one is Asia. It's probably not a bad idea if these still growing markets are first of all trying to serve themselves and are trying to avoid the really big moves of logistics between the blocks. So the main reason that I'm saying this is a sustainability reason. I don't really like to see goods shifted around the world if they can be produced locally under the same conditions. And the new technology gives us, to some extent, this possibility. In international trade, there are also cultural barriers, there are language barriers. I think the cultural ones are more important. Definitely, I would like to say that globalization will not revert, but it may slow down by sustainability reasons. I think that is even a good approach and maybe an element where not everything that COVID-19 brought to us is bad. It also helps us to correct behaviors that maybe where we have gone too far, like just reckless consumption. What does all this mean for you and a country like Indonesia? Will your business volume decrease? Am I saying this? Not at all. Look at this chart. It shows the GDP in major countries in 92, 2008, and a projection for 2024. So we expect to see a shift in the big economic blocks worldwide. Traditional countries like UK, France, or Italy will lose a lot of their importance in the future. 4 out of 5 first top countries come from Asia. Russia is number 5. Only then comes the declining old economies. These are predictions, of course, and they have been made before COVID-19. Still, I believe the predictions show a trend which will become true. I have no doubts that there is, again, good news for you, and that Indonesia is expected to be a powerhouse of economics in the future. Growth is an extremely important ingredient to change and have a successful economy, which we will need young people like you to work diligently and smart in. How will this happen? Will it be the old business models that we used in Europe in the last 50 years? I don't think so. We are at the turning point of history. We need to start working with nature to make economic growth cleaner and greener, to create new jobs. As the World Economic Forum points out, the global crisis is also a global opportunity. It goes even further to say that we have no other choice than to use new technologies to become more sustainable and less profitability driven. Even once the effects of COVID-19 are mastered, we are likely not going back to the old systems. Scientists like Professor Schwab from the WEF suggests that we should learn from COVID-19 to create a more resilient and sustainable world. The WEF talks of a reset of the world. Take that again, or hear that again. The WEF talks of a reset of the world. What better opportunity can you expect than to be part of a reset? Some people may say this is too optimistic, but on the other hand, if you look how business has evolved in the last 20 years, me too, I believe a change is necessary, or we will have to pay a very high price for a lost nature, which will drive us into a global warming with many bad effects. But to take us back a bit from these projections, I would like to say one thing is clear. The growth in China and most likely in Indonesia will be a growth of the middle class. And that has a lot to do with urbanization, which is the next megatrend I would like to talk about. Urbanization is defined as the trend that more and more people live in the cities. The global middle class was expected to almost double within 10 years before COVID-19. The global middle class was expected to almost double within 10 years before COVID-19. Yes, we have a severe crisis driven by COVID-19, but I don't think this will stop everything. We have to learn to live with such crises, and there will be even more to come. So what I'm saying is we can learn to live with such crises, and the underlying power of global middle class growing, which I think is the main driver of stability in this world, will come back and drive markets. Maybe in different places and with different sales channels, but that's for the businesses and the companies to follow. We have to master that. Again, that opens new opportunities for you. I believe growth will be driven more locally and less by exports. Don't believe that the exports in China were the big driver for their growing middle class, which in turn heated up local consumption. In my opinion, it was rather smart investing of the Chinese government into infrastructure that enabled the economy to grow and become more successful. The last mega trend, and I can be short on that one, is smaller lot sizes and more personalization. That again comes together with the changes in globalization. The production slots will be smaller, so you will not install machinery which you establish once and then you don't change it afterwards. New machinery needs to be flexible. It needs to consider the data that you get from the local consumer base or from the production data. And you will have to adapt to make your product more precise to the demands of your customers. Maybe it can be more individualized. Maybe you produce a standard good, but then you add something like a name or a special feature specifically to how you have been told by the customer. This will protect your offer against the competition and keep you in the market. So this ends the first part. I hope you did not find it boring. My only point here is that whatever you do, consider the new trends, the new technologies. That is where the growth comes in, and that is, in my opinion, the most important driver for changes and opportunities. That is how we can cope with the new normal of the business situations after COVID-19. The topics listed concern the economies as a whole, but also the individuals working in these economies. Let us now go to my experiences as an international student. Here we have additional topics on a more personal level.
Thank you, Phil. Before we continue, I would like to remind the participants they allow to write their questions while they're listening. So then we will have question and answer after your section. Later. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to do that. So my second part, as mentioned, my own experiences as a student. Dr. Hanoum asked me to share these experiences because it was also an international environment. I have to tell you more about my background. I started my career as an economist. I did an MBA at the University of Zurich long time ago. I'm more like a generalist type of guy. So I studied accounting, macroeconomics, information technology, law, business strategy, and industrial management. These are topics that you can apply in a range of companies and a range of industries. So I designed my first MBA deliberately, not very specific. I am rather a generalist guy. Surprisingly, I then started to work as an IT guy. I helped implementing SAP systems into large corporations. That gave me a first insight into processes, and I was considered an IT specialist. Later, I became an auditor and I started to travel worldwide. I saw numerous situations and I always reflected what I learned at university against what I saw in real life. I guess this has influenced me a lot because by doing that, you also learn what goes wrong and how it could be made better. I was traveling in different economic zones geographically, but also in different cultures. I loved doing audits in Asia because I could feel that people wanted to learn. If I did an audit in the Western world, I had to argue much more because people always thought they were doing it right. That also means they closed up. If one is not ready to do something different, then one is not ready to learn. That is and was my conclusion. Subsequently, through all the changes described, I saw many companies fail, and with that, I saw many people fail. Myself, I added more knowledge in the controlling and finance area and became a specialist for these topics. In 2010, I went to China and we built a new factory, and I was the area CFO for Asia Pacific. I had a terribly busy, but also a very interesting and successful life. So my first point is, it's not bad to start as a generalist, but at some point you need to have deep knowledge in one or more areas if you want to get promoted. Nobody wants you to know a little bit of everything, but no real specific knowledge. You cannot have specific knowledge in too many fields. So that makes it important to think where you want to go and invest the time to learn deeply. Myself, after 4 years in China, I went back to Switzerland and I was employed in 2 CFO and group CFO positions. After some time, I wanted to look for a new career step, but I realized that my qualifications may not be the best ones anymore to cope with the modern situation. So then I decided to do a second EMBA with Hult International Business School. I chose Shanghai as my cohort, which meant that I flew to Shanghai almost every month for 1 week, and that for 2 years. I was the oldest guy in class. I was terribly tired because of the time shifts, 6 to 7 hours, depending on the season. So I couldn't go for the beer at the end of the class because I would have simply dozed off on the table. It was an intense time, but I enjoyed working with my younger classmates. I quickly discovered, and that's the feedback here, that this MBA was totally different than the first one. It was more focused on specific topics and especially new technologies. As a class, we learned how to master these new technologies, at least on a theoretical foundation. What we learned was not so much general knowledge, but it was like a tool set that could be used to solve old tasks with a totally new approach. My classmates were brilliant in developing new business ideas. We solved everything from giving homes with care services to an overage population to solving traffic jams in big cities by using new technologies. There was also a culture that failing is okay, as long as you learn from it and consider mistakes when you try it a second time. With students coming from various cultures, this was no doubt a source of brilliant inspiration. Everybody contributed experiences from his home territory. So what does this have to do with my experience as a student? Well, I noticed that the approach to problem solving was totally different than what I learned in my first MBA or my business career. Students like to take these new technologies and then try to do something entirely new, something that has not been there before, something disruptive. The approach is extremely focused. All they do is develop a nucleus, as I call it, a nucleus of an idea. They don't waste their time, e.g., for doing accounting. Things like that will be outsourced. They are not part of the nucleus idea. The new approach is to focus on the problem using a new technology. The work happens in a team. First, there should be brainstorming. There shouldn't be, or there are no hierarchies. As a team, you try to pull out the best out of everybody. This is extremely exciting. This is extremely new in a learning environment. You could also say you start thinking like an entrepreneur. I found the new approach to be very entrepreneurial. Doing these studies was extremely helpful for me. Of course, I was the old guy. It was funny, whenever they needed to develop a business plan, they called me in. I don't think I ever presented a business venture in class. This was the task of my younger colleagues, who were brilliant in developing the new business ideas. But when they needed figures and a business plan, they called the old guy in. So I was very well accepted among young people, and of course I enjoyed that, and I did my best to be part of the group. But to wrap it up, the best approach is to create something new as a small team group, using new technology and try to bring a very focused idea to life. Then you have to test the idea. You test it with small sample sizes, and if it works, you try it on a bigger scale. If something fails, you have to change and adapt. That's the methodology that you apply for such projects. The goal, of course, is to scale it, as they call it, to make the nucleus not only much bigger, but really big, preferably global. That is the way how suddenly a bunch of young people can have a huge impact on the markets, competing against all the industries who do not have these modern features. That is what you should look for. That is what you should train during your studies. Note that it needs a different mindset for that. There are no or little hierarchies here. There should not be a boss. You should respect each other and be working as a team and get the best out of everybody, and in an international context. Then you have the biggest chances to succeed. By the way, the best results we achieved when, after 1 week of intense group work, we threw everything overboard and did it a second time. Sometimes we even did it 3 times. But with each round, the projects and the presentations got better and more solid. Hard work creates the best projects, I'm sorry to say. For me, the personal conclusion was a bit different. I noticed that young people are not even interested to go into large corporations. I realized maybe I should not go back there myself. After having worked always for large corporations, I should also look for the entrepreneurial way myself. So when I finished my studies, I was looking for something small, something that uses modern technology but maybe touching something that I was doing in the past. Then I found this tiny little company that I mentioned at the beginning, and that produces textile folding machines, which is nothing else than implementing automation into the textile production. So myself, I am an example for you that you have to keep flexible. You have to continuously learn to adapt, and there will be different stages in your life, which may require different approaches to remain successful. You are at the beginning of this journey. I am rather at the end of it, but still enjoying it. Doing an international degree definitely helps to look at the situation from different angles. This makes your contribution stronger and may allow to avoid unnecessary mistakes. You will also build up friendships with your team members that will probably last for the rest of your life and are based on mutual trust, which is very rare, very powerful, and very valuable, of course. I'm still on WeChat and WhatsApp every day with my former classmates. We even call new arriving babies New Hultians, the name of the EMBA program. I would like to add another dimension here. It may be hard, but I think in the long run, the only way to remain successful is to find a decent approach. By that, I mean, don't exploit other people, at least not knowingly. Don't try to build your fortune on the back of other people or on the back of nature. This will not be sustainable. As I said, try to be real, try to be honest, use empathy, don't use power, don't use hierarchy. In today's business environment, a leader is not the person who knows best of everything. This would be literally impossible. The role is more that of a musical conductor who leads the orchestra. There is a guy who plays the piano the best. There is a guy who plays the trumpets the best. But the leader needs to take good care of them, treat them well, help them to advance themselves in their careers. Act as a team, and then you will be successful. That is the new road into the future, according to my opinion. It's more likely that this will happen in small teams, small companies, smaller unit sizes. So I think the future belongs to the entrepreneurs and the small-sized companies, which have now suddenly, because of the new technology, the power to do much bigger things in much shorter times than the old industries in the past. So again, before I saw you had a laboratory for small-sized companies, I think that's hitting right the nail. That's part of the future. The future is not the big, large companies or corporations. It is more an amalgamation of small companies and small ventures. So the stage is yours. Grab the tools, be diligent learners, learn from different cultures, bridge the cultures instead of fighting them. Be sustainable, be real, be empathic, and that is the road to success. I think what I'm saying is you have to remain open. Don't think because you have a first successes, you did it. You need to listen first, then you evaluate, then you assess, then to try to make a decision together. Keep the peace in the village. Don't fight. Fighting is for lawyers. It's when positions are set and somebody needs to decide who is right or wrong. In a way, it's a waste. If you want to proceed on, you need to take all factors into consideration and find the best solution. That is often not black or white. It is often a mix of colors. That is the core function of a good leader, but you also need to have and to learn the new technology first. And I hope and I guess that is why you decided to start this international education. As the last point that comes to my mind is the power of creativity. I'm not thinking of arts or painting when I'm saying this, but whatever you do, try to do it in a creative way. So it becomes your trademark, your way of doing things. This will make you stick out as unique, which is the base of so many excellent careers. Of course, I wish you all the luck. If you have a feel that an old guy like me could be of any value to you, don't hesitate to link me up on LinkedIn or contact me directly via the email addresses that I'm going to show you at the end. I wish you luck. You are the future, but you have to grab it, and you have to grab it sensibly. Then you will be successful. Thank you so much, and I give back to Yanti, Dr. Yanti, for the question section.
Thank you very much, Phil, for this very interesting and wise presentation that give us lots of in-depth knowledge of how business should be run, and also from your own experiences and also your personal experience. I would like to call we have some questions here. Yeah, my name is Husna. Husna, are you there? Husna, are you there? We are having Can you join this question and answer? Maybe she can introduce herself. It will be more fun.
Otherwise, I try to answer it.
So Husna is asking. So any other participants here, if you want to ask questions, feel free. You can ask in English or Indonesia. I can help you. So here Husna is talking in English. My name is Husna from ITS, interested in finance. She is curious as to what kind of financial knowledge that she should prioritize to pursue as preparing herself to compete in the upcoming economic blooms of Indonesia and the global. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this question. It's not an easy one, to be honest. In the past, when I learned, when I went first time to the university, we had something like accounting, and we had a separate dimension like management accounting, which was more going into costing, understanding the cost of a company, whereas financial accounting is more the requirement to do the books, to do the official presentation of the results, and to pay the shares on, to pay the taxes on. But it doesn't really give the information that you need to have internally. I feel finance is a supporting role. It is not a core function of the company. It's not directly related to what the company is doing. So there is a little bit a danger that you have to fight against the real bosses in the companies, which of course they focus on the products and on the market position. Whereas as financial people, we collect data of the past. It's, in my opinion, indispensable when it comes to understanding its own costs. So I would suggest try not to go so much into the financial accounting, but try to offer services that help companies to understand their costs. So that's maybe more controlling and group controlling. So that I would rather go into that direction. We also see in the Western world that, I don't know how it is in Indonesia, that a lot of accounting can be automated, you know. A reason, if you pay by card, then this is an electronic process. You can automate this process and it can go directly into the books. It doesn't need an accountant to do that anymore. So actually you can save costs. So accountants are not really the hot spots for new job generation in the next phase, I guess. unless it is to understand the cost of the company, to get some feedback back. What is the company doing right and what is doing wrong? Please get in touch if you have more questions about that.
Thank
it's
you,
an
Philip.
interesting
So,
topic.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So you suggest for her to look both, not only the financial aspect, like hard skills, but also the management skills, where she can learn why it happened and how she can direct on some suggestion to improve.
Yes, I think you're saying it right. Maybe the financial accounting is the foundation that is needed, but then I'm more thinking of things like value flow, cost center accounting, profit center accounting, profitability analysis. That is what companies still need, because otherwise they're lost. They don't find the direction from the financial side. They decide without having the proper financial foundation. But financial accounting itself, especially when you get old, companies prefer to have this covered by young people who are not so expensive. So you need to develop competencies in order to stay in the financial field.
Yeah. So we can move to the second question. Her name is from Elena. Yeah. I would like to ask, how do we have a secure income or be able to make a living despite the failure of our own business? I'm wondering, you might have any tips into that scenario. Maybe I try, like as a youngsters, she would like to also try her own business, but also how to make sure, right, secure income. Maybe you can share your own experience, how you manage your own business, and also managing your living costs,
Yeah, of course, this is, it needs courage. I mean, I see where the question is coming from. It helps. I mean, the best approach, according to my experience, is if you have a normal job and you start doing or pursuing your own business idea on a small scale on the side, and you test the market as long as you're still in a secure environment. Then when you know what works and what doesn't work, you're likely to create the first income. And then at some point you will be strong enough to cut the old pathway and to jump in the new one. That is one traditional approach, especially for people who do not study. So maybe not the one for students. I think if you learn entrepreneurship, small and medium-sized companies running here at the university, maybe there is a second option that you do something together. You're not alone. You're probably younger. You're more technology-driven. To the nucleus, if you're alone and you have your old job and you start to deliver something new, that is more for everyday business, small business. That's not really, most likely not technology-driven. So maybe also the investments are not so high. You can work from home. You use your kitchen to produce whatever you do. I think that is really all I could think of, unless you manage to convince other people that your idea is so good that they give you a loan or they finance you for some time. The reality also is that couples, one person works, the other tries something new. It can work both ways. I know examples from both cases. Is the guy trying the new business and the lady works, or the other way around, both works. That can also give this kind of stability that you pointed out very truly is needed at the beginning. And unfortunately, starting a new business, according to my experience, in my environment, it takes 2 years. If you really start from scratch, until you see over the horizon and you become successful, it takes 2 years.
Yeah. Thank you, Phil. I may add your answer there. For new students, we also have the several entrepreneurship classes where we facilitate the business matching and angel investors and something like that. So let's join, and we may invite you to be the coach.
Yeah, but that tool set will be extremely valuable, right? I mean, you focus. If you do too many things at the same time, you lose the efficiency, it will not work. So starting something new is about finding the nucleus, learning about how to place this in the market, and then you will become successful.
Yeah. Okay. Ibu Dewi, will you turn on Fatan or?
Yes, I will turn on Fatan.
Yeah. So then we have someone's other voice. Fatan, do you want to read your question to Mr. Philip?
Hello, yeah, sure, but I can't open my camera for some technical reason.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I was wondering, how do you suggest a small and medium growing company to have the latest technology available to dominate or change the market habit? Well, they don't even have the capital to do so. And also, I have another question for you. Is it possible to keep growing the business while the country economic growth is stagnant or even minus? And if possible, how do you achieve it? Thank you, Mr. Philip. No.
Okay, I tried the first one. As I said, the ideas in this case that you are aiming at technology-driven new companies, that needs to be disruptive. So you're coming with something new, something that hasn't been there. You use your knowledge of data management or data which is available to find out something to serve the markets better. I can guarantee you, if you manage that, if you have an idea, then what often happens is that you are being financed by the oil industries, because maybe happens so often that old industries buy these new companies. Maybe you don't want that, you don't want to sell it, so you have to find own sources of financing. But if one thing is enough available in this world, actually it's money, you know. I mean, we are not even, money has lost its value. We don't even pay interest for money anymore. So money is seeking new opportunities. It can invest. This is risk capital, of course. So you need to find the right institution, bankers, or private capital who is willing to invest in such a venture. You have to give away some financial control of the company. Don't give away the management control. So I would never sell more than 50% to an investor. That usually is the end of any venture. But you may need to do that in order to finance this initial stage where you have cost but no revenues. I know a company in Zurich, they develop a new watch for health control or health surveillance. I'm personally not sure if this is really needed, but they have dozens of millions of US dollars available. They have a team of about 100 people developing the software for this thing, and they know they will not create any revenue in the next 2 years. So to me, this is actually amazing, but there are ways to finance new technology-driven ventures. You have to do a solid presentation. You have to be credible. It needs to have a good standing. Then I think it's possible to get the capital. The second one, that is a problem. I mean, economic growth is the driver. I have lots of discussions with with Asian people who come to Europe, who actually find it very hard to put your foot on the ground. Because in Europe, since decades, we don't have real growth. What we do is we decrease labor, we move, outsource functions. All we try to do is to get cheaper so we can still continue. Whereas if you were, let's say in China, in the last 10 years, you became part of the economic growth because the country was in a successful growth area. So I think that's a call for politics, I'm sorry to say, to create an environment in which economic growth is possible. But as pointed out during my presentation, it is not primarily exports that is needed. It is also investment in the own country to have the infrastructure in which new ideas, new business can grow. And then I think the economic as a whole will be growing. And that's reflected in the studies of the World Economic Forum. Actually, we are waiting a long time ago. Own home base. If you master to flourish the middle class in your own home country, this will drive enormous consumption and opportunities for new business. Sorry, I don't think I can give a more direct answer on that question, but that's what comes to my mind.
Yeah. Is there any other question from participants here? If not, can I ask one question again? Yeah. I see that this is very in-depth and how you find out. How do you see the international business in the future? When you mention about, I am a lecturer of international business, and I see that there is a shift of at one side we need to serve the local market, and also building the more regional instead of global. Right? The question is, but if we look at the government or how Brexit, for example, it's failed. I'm sorry, but it's not very successful. While the idea is on the regional integration, how do we, what actually can we learn from the Europe experience that Asia can be growing and learning from that experience and use building our business as well as building partners with the global partner?
So one element of your question is what can we learn from Europe, right?
Yeah.
If I get you right. Don't think of Europe as one country. Europe has a huge history, and the differences between the countries are enormous. And we have Germany as the strongest part of the European economic system, which also struggles a little bit because the automotive industry is not got some challenges on this shift from going into electric cars or electric. They are a little bit late. So I think what I want to say is Europe is struggling within its borders because it has to find an aligned voice. So that makes it also, from an economical point of view, difficult to have infrastructure programs that support the business. And I feel a huge country like Indonesia, I'm sorry, but I think Europe probably as big as maybe 2 or 3 of the largest European countries together. So you have a huge own home market What you lack is the personal funds to do the investment into goods or the consumption, to drive the consumption internally. That is a process that will not come overnight, but gradually, I mean, as things become more balanced, then the money should be there to have more consumption locally, and that it's a multiplier that has to take an impact in the country. So that's driven or maybe helped by exports. So there maybe exports play a role, I'm with you, but that's not the driving criteria to have a boost like we saw it in China in the last 10 years. In China, we actually don't know who financed it or where the money is coming from. Definitely the national bank in China, but what this means from the backside, macroeconomics, we don't know. But the money was spent for something that the people could use. They built the highway first. The people then bought the cars. I don't want to name any other country, but in other countries, this is not the case. They buy the cars first and they don't have the roads. That's not efficient, and that's not so good economic program. So I trust, I believe that countries get better over time. In Switzerland, of course, everything is democratic. Next weekend, we vote if we want to have new fighters for the military or not. So it's the people who decide, do we buy new planes for the military or not? It goes so deep down. But it means that people can have an influence on the development. Maybe you don't have that in Indonesia, but over time it will also get better. And the investment needs to be in a way that also the middle class benefits. It's not, if the gap between the poorest and the richest gets bigger and bigger, this is not a driver for the economy. That's what also the World Economic Forum suggests, to have a new social contract, they call it. So what we do, it needs to be aligned with nature. It needs to be aligned with the needs of the people. So only then it will be a sustainable solution.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah. Ibu Eva, do you want to ask?
No, I think I'm good. Yeah, we saw some other questions that haven't been addressed. In the chat, I guess, which one do we think? Yeah, you have one more question, Yanti, that haven't been addressed. From Emilio Bobby.
I think Husna has answered us that she's also concerned about.
Emilio Bobby, yeah, I think we have.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any insight which ways we as students can partly or fully contribute to economic development at this time of the pandemic, which is causing the economic collapse? Thank you.
Well, contribute to the economic development is maybe a bit a high target, but students can help to master this crisis. I mean, here we have people who cannot go out of the house anymore, so they cannot go shopping. So we had organizations who tried to do the logistics for other people. That's maybe not really covering your question. But I think the pandemic has raised a lot of issues which where new ideas are being needed, and that you should look for. Often a problem is the source of a solution. So it hurts. It hurts to see the economies being down. It hurts that people lose their jobs. Some people get sick or even die. That all hurts. But in order to to find new ways. This is the ground where the problems are. There are also solutions needed, and that needs the young, bright minds. So I think that's all I can say to that. Cannot be more specific. I'm sorry.
It's very good. Yeah. We have I think we have 1 minute to go, if you don't mind. Yeah. So how do you see we are launching the international university program, and how do you see Indonesia when we offering this? And for sure, like, we want to show the audiences here that we have you as our lecturing partner today. Thank you very much. And how do you see how do you convince these audiences about our arrangement of international university program, etc.? Philip?
Yeah.
You know Dr. Hanoum for long.
Yes, well, I know what she touches usually has hand and foot, as we say. So I don't think she's investing her time into something that is not doomed to be successful. But I can tell you, Indonesia, and okay, maybe not directly talking about your program, Indonesia is considered to be an extremely interesting country from a Western point of view, because we feel, I'm brutally honest, forgive me for that, we feel that you are lacking a little bit behind. In the positive sense, this means you have more potential. So we expect Indonesia to catch up more in the next few years. So that's why I'm actually so positive. As a textile machine producer, I am looking, are there any exhibitions in Indonesia which I could attend, because we want to go there, we want to raise the business. So maybe also coming back to your earlier question, sometimes it's not how you find others, sometimes it's more how you can be found. You know, are you having something that is interesting for other people, so they call for you? And I think if Indonesia opens up on the university level, opens dual degree students programs, that gives your people the opportunity to see how it is in other countries, in other cultures. That's exactly what is needed, because these people will come back and they will try new ideas that they learn abroad in Indonesia that will be like the seed that you put in the ground. And so I think it's a very valuable initiative. If I can further contribute, I will be happy to do so, of course.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, we may in touch later find a virtual exhibition for you, that something. Yeah, we'll come back. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Ibu Eva. I think we run out of time now. Our session is done here, and thank you very much for your presentation.
One last word, Yanti. One last word from me, maybe, if you allow. Yeah. Thank you so much, Philip. He's my dear friend. So we went back together in Switzerland a couple of years back. And yeah, we've been friends. And then I worked for him in his accounting firm for a little bit accounting work, which is very interesting. And he taught me a lot. And I do hope that we can make something in the future too, so that it will keep us staying in touch. Right, Philip?
Absolutely. I think we now have totally new possibilities. I mean, I'm in Switzerland, you're in Indonesia. How wonderful is that? We have a webinar together. So let's use that. Let's share the knowledge and for the benefit of everybody.
Yeah, so thank you very much again for investing your time and then energy, putting everything nicely, perfectly, because he's such a perfectionist, you know. So he did everything so perfectly. So thank you so much for doing that. So see you some other time.
Yes, it was my pleasure, and I wish everybody involved a lot of success. Hope to keep in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu Janti. Back to you.
I think we finished, and for the today presentation. So grand launching in the IUP for the future business leaders. As Mr. Philip mentioned, that there are several ideas that we need to take from him. Learning never ends, and we need to keep learning and take the opportunity, because now it's time for the youngsters to take role in this economic development. So I pass the time to the MC.
Okay, that's really wonderful, guys. So this is a really nice opportunity for all of you to get the live session from the CFO of one of the biggest company in the Switzerland. Well, of course, we would like to thank you for great sharing from our keynote speakers today, as well as our partner universities. Not forget to mentioning our big thanks to all participants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have received most of your online attendance. However, for those who wish to complete the online attendance, please kindly visit the link as mentioned in the chat room. So, because it's really necessary for us, and of course, you will get the materials from these sessions. Okay, as I promised before, so now I will announce the 5 best questions that might get a present from us. So first is Alif Marshall, second Brian Pramasudi, third Putu Ayu Elina, fourth Hadijah Al Husna, and fifth Dimas Baskara. So you don't need to worry, because the committee will contact you accordingly. But of course, we need your data, and please don't forget to fill the online attendance form. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally reached the end of this event. Again, we would like to express our great appreciation for the keynote speaker, partner universities, and as well as all participants. We do hope everyone enjoy an insightful, fruitful, and productive meeting. On behalf of this organizing committee as the MC, we would like to apologize for any inconvenience that might be happened during this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, okay, so of course, yeah, before we end this session, so let's have a photo together. So everyone can turn on the camera first. Okay, can someone might stop screen for a while before we take? Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, so everyone can turn on the camera. Make sure that you looks handsome and beautiful. Okay. Well, can someone assist me to take the photo? Okay, so we have 2 pages now. Okay, so get ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, wait a moment. So we now move to the second screen. Okay, again, get ready, everybody. I will count it. So 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, guys, that's really amazing. Okay, thank you very much for your attendance today. So ITS is so amazing, but without you is nothing. Thank you for your coming, and see you on the next meeting. Have a good day, everybody. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thank you,
wabarakatuh.
everyone. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you, bro.
See
Goodbye.
you soon.
Bye.
Bye, all. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Please don't forget to fill out.
Yeah,
Please don't forget to fill out the feedback form.
Assalamualaikum.
Alhamdulillah. Makasih banyak ya.